2121212. This is Hosman.
Thank you. Audio check, sir. Okay, this is Lord Gower of Bracefield, a small village in Hampshire. Currently looking for a house in Lahore in the region of $1 to $2 million. Prepared to house it if anyone has got a nice house that they don't want to live in for a while. When they go back to England, I'll look after it for you.
किससे बात कर रहे हैं? कौन है? कौन है? राकेश? क्या खबर है?
Spirit of game on hay, I'll be over here somewhere.
No, you'll be.
A packed house in Lahore was the perfect setting for yet another thriller. England's bowlers were in red-hot form.
And the plan worked in the end. Babar Azam back in the pavilion.
Rizwan tried to sweep aside the team's batting blues. Another 50 from Pakistan's run machine helped the hosts to reach 145.
That is out of the park.
Defending a small total yet again, Pakistan's bowlers came up with a lion-hearted performance. Moeen Ali led a valiant comeback with some big hits.
And it's out of here. That's out of the park. Moeen Ali.
Needing to defend 15 runs off the last over, it was a baptism by fire for debutant Ahmed Jamal.
The dot ball. Pressure is on England now.
But he scripted a fairy tale start to his international career as Pakistan pulled off yet another sensational win.
Jamal will celebrate. What a way to open up your account as an international T20 cricketer.
Hello and welcome from Gaddafi Stadium, Lahore. We're here for the 6th T20 International between Pakistan and England. Hello and welcome to Naya Nazmabad Pitch Side Show. Pakistan is leading in this series and they'll be looking to seal the series today. If they win the series. And England, of course, will be looking to redeem themselves and perhaps will be looking to improve in certain areas. Now, which areas are we talking about? I've got the experts next to me, David Kaur and Bazat Khan. David, Pakistan is leading in the series. England, a bit of a lackluster performance in that previous one because at that mid-innings point, I'm sure they were backing themselves to get that total.
Absolutely, Zainab. The past two games are both games that England should have won, and dare I say it, would have won, playing their best cricket. They lost their way in both games. The batting's been disappointing. It's gone close to the wire for sure. It's been mighty close, which has been hugely entertaining, which is obviously what we want from our T20 matches here in this series. But if you're English and an England player or an England supporter, you want them to be able to close off those games properly, close them out, win those games. They should be ahead in the series. They should actually have won the series by now. But it leaves it in a very, very interesting position because the wins will give Pakistan confidence. You know, they believe now they can win from anywhere, be it chasing or defending. So that's a big bonus for them.
A big bonus for Pakistan is their bowling attack overall because they've made a habit of now defending low totals, Bazat, but they also have the resources to be able to do that. Ahmed Jamal, he was making that T20 debut in that previous game. Thoughts on his performance?
Yeah, David talked about they might have won the series. How boring would that have been? But yeah, Pakistan with those bowlers, as you suggested, they've got these pacers who come into the game and outperform. Nobody would have expected really with Ahmed Jamal being interested in that final over. And then he sort of mentioned that he talked with Babar and Babar said, what do you want to do? And he said, I'll bowl wide Yorkers. And Babar said, okay, stick with those wide Yorkers. Doesn't matter if you bowl a wide, doesn't matter if you bowl a full toss, but just stick there. And he did it brilliantly with the immenseness of the task, and with somebody like a Moeen Ali striking it everywhere. I think it's baptism by fire, and it will hold him good. He's come into this series as a relative unknown, and suddenly now everybody's talking about this young man who's come in at such a big stage and delivered in the final over.
And like you rightly pointed out, he had the confidence and the backing of the captain, which is why he was able to deliver in that pressure situation. Now it's time to hear from the experts. It's time for expert advice.
Expert advice brought to you by Naya Nazmabad.
Yeah, so we always have something to discuss, some kind of useful insight which we get from our experts. Bazat, I think today we want to talk about the short ball problem. I know it's something that's been spoken about a lot from a Pakistan perspective, but it is an issue. It is an issue. You look at the way the dismissals happened in the previous game. Remember that 2019 World Cup and that game against West Indies. So, I mean, my question to you is, what is the solution?
Look, this sort of issue is probably more to do with the Lahore pitch than anything else. It's sometimes more difficult to play the short ball on a pitch where it's not coming onto the bat as truly as normally you would find. I think Pakistan wanted to attack Mark Wood and he was just too quick, and also the fact that sometimes the ball was hurrying on and sometimes it wasn't quite arriving. So that remains an issue. Attacking the short ball is an issue. You talked about that game. I think in that game there was extra bit of zip off the surface where Pakistan sort of found themselves in difficulty. But this does pop up sometimes. It's not something that Pakistan dwell upon. Most of the times they do play the short ball well. It's just sometimes they get caught out when attacking them on pitches where the ball's not coming on.
Well, I think for their sake, they'd be hoping that they don't get that kind of bounce in Australia, because remember, that's where the World Cup is going to be. And yeah, that was the expert advice for you.
Expert advice brought to you by Naya Nazmabad.
Right, we're obviously building up towards this game, 6th T20 international between Pakistan and England. We're ready with the pitch report. It's over to Arooj Mumtaz, who's out there with the two captains.
Pitch and weather brought to you by Naya Nazmabad.
Right, time to have a look at the surface for the 6th T20I, and of course joined by Babar and Moin. We'll have a walk towards the surface and have a closer look. Babar, पहले ये बताएं कि spin department आपका बड़ा ही ज़बरदस्त रहा, क्या ये खास प्लान था पिछले मैच में?
नहीं, देखें हमारे स्पिनर्स जो प्लान्स थे उनके सिंपल थे और एग्जीक्यूट किया उन्होंने, और वन ऑफ द बेस्ट स्पिनर्स हैं हमारे टीम के। शदाब का कम बैक आया और नवाज जिस एज यूजुअल एशिया कप में भी काफ़ी अच्छी उसने परफॉर्मेंस दी और through the series वो काफ़ी अच्छी bowling कर रहा है।
Moin, there seemed to be a definite ploy against the Pakistani batters with the short delivery. Is that something that you planned, especially looking at the wickets which appear to be slightly on the slow side?
I wouldn't say really planned. It's just because of the wickets being so good, just more of a surprise thing. It's not something we're looking too much into. It's just more of a surprise type of ball. But the wickets have been pretty good generally. Actually, last wicket was a bit tacky and a bit slow, and sometimes they're the difficult balls to play.
Babar, आप आज सरफेस थोड़ी सी बारिश थम गई है, मौत्स भी आज होपफुली थोड़े कम होंगे, आज आप सरफेस के बारे में क्या कहते हैं?
लेकिन पिच काफ़ी ड्राई लग रही है और मेरे ख्याल से सिमिलर टू लास्ट मैच है, और लेट्स सी क्या बिहेव करती है, लेकिन मेरे ख्याल से अच्छी विकेट लग रही है।
Well, you've heard from Babar. He said it looks like a good wicket. We'll only have a look later.
Pitch and weather brought to you by Naya Nazmabad.
Interesting to hear the thoughts of Babar Azam. He's saying that it looks like a similar wicket to the one that we saw in the previous game. Are we expecting another low-scoring thriller?
Well, I mean, the simple fact is it's going to look almost identical, isn't it? I mean, we're in the same ground, the same square. They always look the same. And it's one of the trickiest arts in the game, is reading a pitch when it's fresh. Is it going to be the same, slightly quicker, slightly slower? I think the lessons will have been learnt. I mean, England will no doubt try that short ball again because it worked so well the other night. Pakistan know that if there's a bit of turn there, those spinners will come into play because England didn't play the spins particularly well. So the lessons will be learned game by game. If it's a slightly better pitch, then there might be a few more runs. It's almost, I'm afraid, as simple as that.
Mohammad Haris is likely to play Bazid. I mean, that's big news for him, obviously, to be playing in Gaddafi Stadium, Lahore. So, you know, we've seen Rizwan and we've seen what he can do in PSL. Thoughts on him?
Haris is quite a dynamic player. He's sort of very self-confident in terms of the way he bats, especially takes the bowlers on. Now, the interesting part of all this where will he bat? Will Shan Masood go up the order and him then bat number 6? I don't think that number 6 will suit him too much, but he is dynamic. In the field, he's dynamic. So the confidence that he has, self-confidence, will come to the fore.
Yeah, that's something that we'll have to see where he eventually ends up batting as well. But we were talking about the conditions. You heard from Babar. He's ready now with the toss. It's back to Arooj Mumtaz, who's out there with the two captains once again.
Toss brought to you by Naya Nazmabad.
Right, it's time for the coin flip once again at the Gaddafi Stadium in Lahore for the 6th T20I of the 7-match series. Alongside me, the ICC match referee, Mr. Mohammad Javed Malik, and the two captains, Babar Azam and Moin Ali. Babar, as always, here we go.
Heads.
Heads is the call.
Bowling.
It is a head. Is that what, 4 out of 6 now?
5 out of 6.
5 out of 6. Well, and Moin, what are you going to do and why?
We're going to bowl first again. just because the wicket will stay good throughout. I think today, last game was a little bit tacky, but I feel, yeah, we have to chase well and win the game.
The mantra the English team follows is go hard all the way from the top. The top order hasn't delivered as quite. Do you plan to change that, considering the last two chases didn't go down as well?
No, if you play it that way, then you have to stick with your players as much as you can. I think that's only fair. And it's not always about going hard so much. You got to obviously adapt to the conditions, and that was a disappointing thing last game. But hopefully we can do that today and play well and obviously chase the runs that Pakistan get.
Any changes tonight?
2 changes: Wood and Woxie are out for Topley and Gleeson.
Oh, well done.
Thank you.
Well done for remembering, and good luck.
Thank you.
Babar, if you had won the toss, would you have also bowled?
Definitely, I am also bowling first, but toss is not our hand because second time is a little bit due factor. But we will try to 160, 170 runs and defend it.
Team changes tonight?
We have 2 changes. Rizwan and Haris is not playing. Mohammad Haris playing and Dhani is playing.
And one more thing. Trusting your bowler, Amir Jamal, on debut to bowl the last over, you would have been trusting him along with backing his ability. How was that?
I appreciate he's doing in the last match. Plans are simple. He asked me to. I'm going for a wide Yorker, and it's not easy for second time because of dew factor and ball is soggy. So he's doing very well and good job in the last
Thank
hour.
you, Babar, and good luck for today. The news from the centre is that England have won the toss and will have a bowl.
Toss brought to you by Naya Nazmabad.
Thanks, Aruj. England has won the toss, like she rightly pointed out, and they've decided to bowl first, which obviously means that they'll be chasing once again. Babar is targeting that 160, 170 mark. That's what he said. There are a couple of changes as well. 3 for England, 2 for Pakistan. All of that after the short breather. Welcome back to Naya Nazmabad Pitchside Show, and the news from the centre, as you heard, is England is bowling first once again. Two changes for both the teams. It's not three for England, it's two changes for England. David, Reece Topley and Richard Gleeson are in, and Mark Wood and Chris Woakes are out.
Yeah, the Mark Wood story I think is pretty simple. He's had so long out with injury that they need to manage him. He's a key man, as we've seen from the two performances in this tournament. They need him fit and strong and stronger for the World Cup that follows this tournament. So I can understand him playing one, resting one. Topley has only played a couple as well. He was nursing something at the start of the tour, an ankle thing. Again, I think they need to look after him. He's good. Whereas Gleeson is one of those guys who's sort of on the fringe of the side. With England, there is that depth in bowling, but it doesn't make a huge difference with these chopping and changes. But let's face it, in a game they have to win to equalise this series. It would have been nice to see Mark Wood out there again with that extra pace.
Absolutely. From a Pakistan perspective, Bazid Mohammad Haris is making his debut in T20s, and I know that you've had a bit of an interaction with him at the under-19 level during that World Cup. So tell us a little more about him, and also which number do you personally think he should bat on? I mean, what are his strengths?
Well, he's quite a character. He was nicknamed Google because he has the answer to everything. So also the fact that he plays spin really well. He's very good with the sweep shot a la Rizwan, but I think he should bat number 4, not anything lower than number 4, because he wants to be in there when the middle overs are carrying through, and he can be that busy cricketer. The other change that Pakistan will be looking at is Mark Wood. A lot of players will be happy that he's not playing and bustling and bowling those bouncers. So that'll be a happy Pakistan camp with that name left off the sheet.
Yeah, it's actually an interesting decision. Like David rightly pointed out, that he would have certainly troubled the Pakistani batsmen with his pace and obviously the lengths that have troubled them so far. Bazir, I want to ask you another question, and that's, of course, the all-important middle order question. I mean, I think it's not been debated enough, so it's only fair to talk about it a little more. But we'll be talking about that shortly. What I want to ask you is the spinners. From a Pakistan spinner's perspective, we're seeing Iftikhar being used more in this series. Good thing for Pakistan to have that off-spin option?
Thank God he did. I think Babar had forgotten about him. Once he's got back to bowling him, he's been brilliant. I think in these conditions, you have to bowl Iftikhar and he gives you an option. I think he's got a terrific record in Australia with the bat, but if he can get you 3 or 4 or 2 or 3 overs every game, then he enhances his selection. But thank God Babar's remembered to bowl him.
Sometimes the captain also forgets, he has so many...
I mean, it's sort of fallen into place by luck because of the injury to Usman Khadir. It looked as though they were going to play Usman as long as they could, give him an extended run in the side, and he was a bit up and down. But Iftikhar has bowled beautifully. He's so tight, he's so controlled, and he takes wickets. I mean, that's been a real lucky thing.
That's the key. He's taking wickets, he's got control, he's got everything, and Babar remembers that he's there as an option. Right, time for another breather. Be back just in a bit. back at Naya Nazmabad pitch side show, and Pakistan have got two changes for today. England are of course bowling first. Shahnawaz Dahani is playing, and Mohammad Haris, the debutant, will be seen in action today. Now, the important question, Baz, which I want to ask you, and you as well, David, is the middle order question. I did mention that before. Is it a case of Pakistan winning, kind of papering the cracks over in that middle order? Because there is a problem. Do you believe that there is a problem in the first place, Baz?
In the middle order?
Yeah.
Yeah, overall, if you look at the T20 batting of Pakistan, there is a problem. Once you get to a scorecard of 200 plus, there is a problem. And especially when batting first, setting a target is a problem. Most teams have this problem. Now, we've had two magnificent games where Pakistan have able to pull it out of the fire. But if you go back to Karachi, then I could say that the bowling was a problem. So you look at it this way. The middle order, yes, there is a problem. But the players that you've identified, I think they're good enough to actually give you those 20, 30 runs at a consistent matter. But the overall brand of cricket that you're playing, England are sticking to their guns. They want to attack from ball one and you go till ball 120. Do Pakistan do the same? No. Pakistan played old school, and sometimes they got unstuck when you're sort of saving wickets up, and then at the back end you need to get 100. So yes, their middle order is a problem, but most of the times, barring a few exceptions, they're left with too much to do.
Absolutely. You know, he makes a good point there, because you're talking about catching up on the game. That's what we've seen from England. You know, they sort of stay ahead of the game always. So from a Pakistan perspective, whatever you've observed so far, David, what do you make of the middle order? I mean, what can they do differently?
Right. The one point that's very easy to make is they're short of confidence. They haven't made runs. If you look at Haider Ali as the prime example, whether he bats 3 or 4, you know, he hasn't got double figures. And he looks as though he just doesn't know what to do when he walks in. Some of the guys, like Asif Ali comes in the other day, previous game he hits 2 sixes in the last over of the match, looks like a hero. When he's suddenly got 7, 8 overs to bat, he tries to do it again, gets a great Yorker from Mark Wood. That's the end of him, single figures. They haven't got the confidence from executing their roles in this series at all. And even if the team is winning, which gives you a little something, you know, to back up the style of play you want to play, as an individual, it hurts. So if you walk out there thinking my scores in the competition have been 3, 5 and 7, you're not chock full of confidence, and it's very hard to play the game, the sort of game that's required for T20, if you're wondering what to do.
Mazid, is Haider Ali lacking confidence? I mean, is that really what it is? Because when he came onto the scene, remember PSL, he looked so good out there. Or were we premature in making him into a future star?
Well, the one number that sort of, two numbers that stick out. Once he plays domestic cricket, his numbers against spin, he sort of strikes at 160. Once he comes to international cricket, he strikes at 120. So that tells me that he has the skill to strike, but it's just maybe it's somewhere lost when he comes into international cricket. Maybe the pressure of international cricket has not allowed him to express himself, or maybe it's just the brand of cricket or the team culture that's not letting him express himself freely. But the numbers in domestic cricket suggest that he has the ability, has all the ability to express himself.
Right, thank you.
Can I say a very quick point? Doesn't matter who you are, whether you're Haider Ali or Babar Azam, if you're having a bad run, you're having a bad run, and your confidence goes down.
Right. Thank you so much for your thoughts, gentlemen. We've got to shut the show now because we're only moments away from all the live action, and we'll be seeing you just shortly for England bowling first, and we'll be seeing Pakistan batting in option. Don't go anywhere.
A packed house in Lahore was the perfect setting for yet another thriller. England's bowlers were in red-hot form.
And the plan worked in the end. Babar Azam back in the pavilion.
Rizwan tried to sweep aside the team's batting blues. Another 50 from Pakistan's run machine helped the hosts to reach 145.
That is out of the park.
Defending a small total yet again, Pakistan's bowlers came up with a lion-hearted performance. Moeen Ali led a valiant comeback with some big hits.
And it's out of here. That's out of the park. Moeen Ali.
Needing to defend 15 runs off the last over, it was a baptism by fire for debutant Amar Jamal.
Dot ball. Pressure is on England now.
But he scripted a fairy tale start to his international career as Pakistan pulled off yet another sensational win.
Jamal will celebrate. What a way to open up your account as an international T20 cricketer.
Two teams for tonight. Pakistan first, making two changes. Mohammad Rizwan sits out and makes way for Mohammad Haris, making his debut. 99th T20 cap presented to him, and Dahani comes in for Haris Rauf. A proud moment for him indeed, as is for anybody who receives their country's cap presented by Mohammad Rizwan himself. What a moment for the youngster. The England team, of course, also making two changes in the fast bowling department. Reece Topley and Gleeson come in for Wokes and Wood. This is how the previous match panned out. Pakistan set a score for 145 and England fell short by a few. And it was Amar Jamal who was entrusted with the ball to bowl that final over, and did he do a fine job indeed. Now let's visit that final over. Wide Yorkers bowled to perfection to one of the greatest T20 strikers. He landed one in the slot which was hit away for 6 and was back on radar then after. He managed to defend not a very big ask in the final over, getting Pakistan over the line. Rizwan once again the hero with the bat. Pakistan's lone soldier batting all the way through, amassing plenty of runs in this series, and he played his shots as he does always. With another half century to his name, he has amassed a lot of runs in this bilateral series and is topping the charts with 315. Not anyone close to him. Babar next in, 192, Brook 190, Babar 194, Brook 192, and Duckett and Moeen Ali in there as well. Haris Rauf has been a star performer with the ball for Pakistan. He's done that multiple occasions, and especially bowling at the death, never easy. Brilliant with his Yorkers, and the slow ones that he disguises excellently. He's rattled the stumps on plenty of occasions, and he's done that a number of times. He is indeed the leader in the wickets column in this series as well. He has picked up by far the most wickets in this series, and he's been instrumental in defending Pakistan's past scores here. The crowds in numbers again, once again. We've heard they are sold out crowds. They were loud in the first match. And alongside me, of course, I've got Wasim Akram and Badat Khan.
Good evening, Assalamu alaikum everyone. What a day. Pack house around the stadium, the traffic is blocked, people are queuing up, and most importantly, Pakistan 3-2 up, Bazid.
Yeah, you talked about the traffic. I believe you were stuck in there for quite a while.
Yeah, 2 hours to be exact.
Only. Yeah, but long series, 7-match series, and people thinking, well, it's not long enough with the games that we've had. We've had sort of cliffhangers all the way through run chases, big run chases, and then last couple have been just extraordinary games. Well, question here, probably put it to Wasim Bhai and David Gower, captains yourself. You've lost 2 games chasing, but yet you still want to chase again.
Well, if at first you don't succeed, try again. Let's face it, Moeen Ali will have got pretty much everything he wanted in terms of the bowling in these previous 2 matches, and very little in terms of the batting. He himself is in good form, which is a good sign for a captain at this time, so he can lead from the front. But he needs a better base, needs a better platform. So for England, it's getting dangerously close to the end of the series, obviously, so they need to win this game to even it up and give themselves a chance to take in the series on Sunday. It's getting dangerously close to the World Cup, which is the next big event that follows for all these teams in Australia. And everyone wants answers to their best team. They want to know what their best team is, want to know who's in form. So I think it applies to both Pakistan and England in the series. We've seen some brilliance. We've seen a lot of human error as well, which keeps things interesting. And of course, predicting what's going to happen in any of these games has been near impossible. We've seen big totals chased down. We've seen big totals easily defended. We've seen low totals defended twice now in a row. And, well, for Pakistan, they're on a bit of a roll. Can they make it 3-3, defending whatever they can here tonight? Or will it be England's turn to make life interesting yet again in this series?
Yeah, they'll be eyeing for the series win here. This is the best chance they have, Pakistan team. They are 3-2 up in this series. Aleem Dar, one of the most experienced umpires in world cricket.
Rashid Riaz, the other one.
Rashid Riaz, standing in his 22nd T20 International. And yes, Pakistan should go for the kill, try to win the series now. England under pressure. And one thing Pakistan must have realized now, that they can defend. Doesn't matter what the total is. That myth or that stats, that batting second, 99% their favourites, but obviously Pakistan team have showed in last 2 games that can be changed even with the due factor.
Yeah, they can do it, but I wouldn't rely on it with low scores. I mean, that's not the greatest tactic in any form of the game. So in a sense they've been lucky, in a sense they've been brilliant, and that is, you know, the brilliance. You'll take the brilliance, of course, you'll take the wins. Now this discussion with Rizwan not playing today, had that blow to the back as he was running the other day and was finding himself in between the fielder and the stump. So a blow to the back, which achieved some swelling on his back. He's been rested today, so in comes Mohammed Harris for his first ever T20 international for Pakistan, cap number 99 in that format. And of course with him will be the captain. So Rizwan has set high standards. Mohammed Harris, as we know, can be a very, quote Bazik Khan just a few moments ago in our pre-show, can be a dynamic player.
Exciting player as well. I've seen his couple of innings in PSL. He was phenomenal. So I'm glad he's getting the chance to play for Pakistan, making his debut. Harris, and of course Rizwan is resting. He needed a rest for 1 or 2 games. He has been playing almost every game since the Asia Cup for Pakistan.
So Reece Topley to get things underway. Not quite in the way that he would have liked. A little bit of swing, but it's always going to be down the leg side. So the first man involved in the action, Aleem Dar.
The first thing you look at is swing, and yes, it swung, but it went down leg side, so probably will be happy that the ball is swinging. He just needs to correct that line. The first couple of deliveries, left armour swinging the ball back in is dangerous in most forms of cricket.
First run. Again, leg stumpish. This one just helped round on its way to deep square leg. So, first run on the board, off the bat.
Big day for Haris, making his debut today with his skipper, Babar Azam. Back house, not yet, but there are huge queues outside the stadium to wait to get in.
That's because you held him up with your car in traffic, isn't it?
They checked my car about 7 times, so I can imagine what average cricket lover must be going through.
Well, that's 4 bowls. Again, just that little bit of swing, full enough to give it a chance to swing. Just for a moment, the danger was that Mohammad Haris would overbalance that. Plenty of left armers in this team for England tonight. Just in the background there, Sam Curran. Just look at this, just swing in a little bit. Would have hit middle stump.
Very dangerous delivery. He bowled the ball before. Look at the late swing. And I think in the end, he played well as well. Haris, we know he can play shots all around the park. But early on with the new ball, just have a look and then play your game. You got plenty of overs.
A little ungainly, I'm afraid.
Very good, mate. Very good, toppers.
Yeah, just play your game. Now, I know the great temptation in this game, this form of the game, whether it's over number 1 or over number 20, is to drag it to the leg side and see how far you can hit it. But that was a classic fast bowler, a little bit wide of off stump, on the up, through extra cover. Thank you very much. Could have been runs instead of that ungainly heave. That's what it was. It was an ungainly heave.
It really was. But again, playing his first game, he must be under a bit of pressure. He got to get his balance right.
Sorry. So, I'm just going to laugh and pass it across. Baz, over to you.
Well, yeah, he wants to impose himself or wants to express himself, but there's other ways of doing this. Third and point are in the circle, so if he just had opened the face, he had a chance of getting boundary down to third man. Instead, he tries the more difficult option. Well, fine leg is in the circle, but even on the offside, behind square, all 3 fielders are in the circle, so that width outside off stump, he could easily just play the conventional square cut or just open the face slightly.
And credit to the bowler. He saw him going across and he bowled his away swinger instead of the in swing to the right hander. So intelligent bowling, good over so far.
Good slow ball as well. And actually, the correct response from Mohammad Haris. Well done. 2 without loss after 1. No, excuse the tone, but you're playing your first match. As we know, he's an exciting player. But the best way to be an exciting player and to show off those talents is to be there long enough at the crease to demonstrate just how good you are. This might sound a bit old-fashioned in the context of this particular game, but taking undue risks when you've not even got off the mark. I mean, it looks, of course, everyone would roar and clap and shout in the crowd if he'd lobbed that over third man, 1 bounce 4. But I'm afraid it was just poor judgment.
It was, I agree with you. For starters, keep a look at the bowler, see what the pace he's bowling, what sort of swing he's either is swinging or not. And we've seen the first over swung a bit.
Yes, so David Willey, who's been around quite some years now, very experienced in terms of England's white ball cricket, but has his ups and downs. Not overtly quick, so he needs all the skills of the one-day bowler. The changes of line, that little bit of swing early on helps. Changes of pace.
Looks like another one of those Lahore pitches where the ball's not coming on to the bat. Inside edge for Babar, but it seems as if both players are trying to force it and the ball's not coming on.
They're bowling well. They're not very express, but they're swinging the ball. They're relying on their swing. Both of the bowlers, Topley and of course Willie. So far, good start by England. Two runs. We are into second over.
Yeah, the timing does seem to be a problem. Even someone like Babar Azam, whose entire skill is based on timing the ball. And I think you're right, Bazid, it's not coming on as yet. Pace is off the ball, out of the hand with someone like David Willey anyway. I mean, it looks good. All these pitches look good. They're bare, the cracks are not a problem.
I think most important, David, they look dry as well to me. And that's why I think that's the reason that ball stops at times, especially early on. Another good delivery. I'll probably come back for two. Yeah, easy.
But wouldn't Pakistan be happy with the lack of pace? Wood's not playing, so quite a few batters would have sighed a relief in terms of not having to face express pace.
Well, there might not be express pace out there, but even Sam Curran 2 nights ago was bouncing people. It did seem that each and every one of the bowlers joined in the short ball fest.
They must have done their homework especially after the first two games. The England team and the think tank, they must have sat together and seen their videos, Pakistani players, and they realized that short pitch bowling is one of their weaknesses, especially early on, and especially with the pace like Wood.
Well, it's not a short ball, it's short of a length. It's short of timing as well. 5 without loss after 2. So no Rizwan at the top today. He's the one who normally gives the early impetus to the innings. So 5 after 2. Slow start from Pakistan so far. Third of the way through this power play. Now the anticipation. Babar has 4. Harris, after that extraordinary first over pace, yet to get off the mark.
I think the trick on this wicket is to have wickets in hand. Okay, as a team you're worried about the first 6 overs, but on this pitch look to get 40, 45 ideally, or less maybe.
Yeah, he's quick is Babar Azam. Quick to see the opportunity for a run, quick to get down to the other end to complete the run.
Make sure you get to the other end. You're not getting boundaries, you're not getting the ball off the square, so you make sure that whatever is on offer you take. Now Harris might enjoy this more because the ball from Gleeson will maybe skip on slightly more. He's got slightly more pace, slightly more bounce.
Well, that has gone straight down the ground and a long way straight down the ground. I take it all back. That's the way to play it.
Yeah, a little more pace for Harris to work with. Yes, there was bounce, but the pace off the track helped him with the shot. And he kept the shape as well. He just slightly longer with the shape because of the ball just skipping on. And he gets off the mark with the maximum.
That's interesting from Gleeson, a little shorter, a little awkward. I'm going to take it all back when I said I'd take it all back, because for the simple reason that was a much better shot. It was hit down the ground. It was a much better shot, a much better option than trying to manoeuvre it over third man before you've even looked at a ball. So that I'm happy with. I mean, this is okay. It's very much a T20 shot.
Less risky, you mean, early on especially?
Right. I mean, it's a better area for him, and nothing wrong with that at all. Try in a test match.
There's another question. Obviously, when you're looking at the bigger picture, the World Cup, you've got sort of 7 T20s here for Pakistan, and then at least 4 in New Zealand, and then those warm-up games as well in Australia. So is it a case, we talk about players being undercooked, is it a case where players are overcooked before the World Cup? You've got so many options, so many games.
Probably mentally and physically tired too. I mean, 7 T20s are just too many, and then like you said, 4 in New Zealand, and then 2 practice games. That a beautiful shot. Oh, there's a fielder there, didn't middle it. Oh, straight to Adil Rashid. Gleeson got the breakthrough for England.
Well, guess what? A little over ambition, that shorter ball, not timed, and this is what happens. All very well to have ambition in this game of cricket, in this form of cricket, but it got too close to him. Gleeson's done well. Aimed it at the body, so not enough room to control the shot. Adil Rashid ain't going to drop them, and England are struck. So an interesting innings, shall we say that way, from Mohammed Harris. One he can think about at leisure now. He's gone for 7, 14 for 1. Shah Masood at number 3 again. Started the series at number 4. Should be more comfortable at 3. It's 14 for 1. And at the end of the 3rd over, it's still 14 for 1. So a good strike for Richard Gleeson. The ambition thwarted by the fact the ball was too close to him. Just lobbed in the air ever so gently to Adil Rashid.
That's a very sensible bowling. He followed the batsman. He saw he was clearing his front foot, Harris. He just followed him, and he's livid with himself. And rightly so. It was a big opportunity. Wicket looks good. Just spend some time on the crease. Let the skipper take a risk. I'm all for playing your own game.
Well, there is a bit of a lesson here for all. Babar Azam, who, as we well know, is one of the best timers of a ball in the game, is finding his way. He's finding it's tough. You know, he's trying to find his way in here today, but he's at least hanging in there. Whereas, you know, Mohammed Harris, yes, anyone can say that's the way I play. Eventually, you have to think out what's the best way to play for each particular situation. Every wicket, of course, worth 50,000 rupees towards the flood relief efforts. Thanks to KFC for that. So 50,000 in the kitty just now as regards this game tonight. Judging by the other night, should be quite a full kitty by the time it finished. Oh, that's pretty straight. That is very, very straight. Shan Masood just put his front leg across in front of the stumps. Now, I don't think there's a lot of bounce in this. He's hoping it might be angled down leg side. My initial impression is that this is likely to be a fruitless review, but it's just an impression.
John, TV umpire to director. We have a player review for LBW. On-field decision is out. I have checked front was a fair delivery. Front on spin wheel, please. Keep rolling nice and slow. Roll back, please. Roll back one more time. Keep rolling. Ball very close to the bat. Confirm it from all tries, please, when you're ready. Keep rolling. Keep rolling. Flat line. Satisfied. No bat involved. Ball tracking when ready, please. Orientation out. Pitching got shot off. Impacted line. Wicket hitting. Go to on-field umpire. Rashid, I stay with you in a decision. I'll let you know when you're so clean. Now you're seeing me your signal.
Yeah, the original decision, a good one, confirmed by the TV review. So Rashid Riaz, spot on with his decision. Shan Masood, not so spot on with that front foot and the lack of bat involved. So 2 balls, no runs for Shan today. Pakistan now 2 down for 15.
One leg. Center.
Haider Ali is at number 4 again. Now he's had a poor series today. Maybe this could be his night. At least he's off the mark first ball.
Bit of a bother for Pakistan here. 16 for 2. We're into 4th over, and very good delivery from David Willey. Look at this. It was hitting top of leg stump, and again, and I think that's where his fault is in as far as his technique concerned. Early on in his innings, his front foot go towards off stump, not all the way, just little bit, and sometimes ball nips back in.
Well, that's the first real instance of pure timing we've seen tonight. And inevitably it comes from Babar Azam.
Finally, in the middle of that broad bat that Babar Azam has. Maybe just slightly too full from Willey, but that's a beautiful shot. Precision with the placement and lovely timing as per.
Really is a classic shot, played with a full face of the bat between mid-on and mid-wicket. That's the class of Babar Azam. It make things look so easy. It's not an easy shot to play.
That's pulled away very nicely indeed. The dive just enough to cut it off by Ben Duckett.
Yeah, certainly things flowing for Babar. That little flick for 4. Previous delivery this time got length on the back foot. And Duckett does well, but Babar now just seems as if he's got his timing back, or he's in sync with the pace of the pitch.
Another nice flick, beautifully timed. No way Ducky can get round to that one this time, so suddenly the floodgates open, if I can use that expression, and it's Babar Azam who's starting to flow. 26 for 2. Yeah, I suppose the observation there then is this: Babar Azam is one of the best in the world at this game, in every format. It's taken him, what, 4 overs, 3.5 overs to get the pace of the pitch and to get his timing. And if Babar Azam needs that time to do that, well, maybe others, I'm not going to mention names apart from Mohammed Harris, can have a look at that, maybe learn from that, because we know, I know from watching a little bit of Mohammed Harris in PSL, from what I hear he's talented, electric. But there's only one place you can make runs, and that's out in the middle.
Agreed. 26 for 2. Good over for Pakistan, the previous one, 12 from it, although he's got a wicket of Shan Masood. But yeah, David, in a break you were mentioning that it's so important for youngsters to learn from Babar the way he bats, especially on a pitch like this. I mean, it took him about 3.5 overs to get the pace and the swing of the pitch, and then he played beautiful shots, couple of boundaries. And I think it's a big learning curve for these youngsters like Harris, and of course Haider Ali, who's playing his 4th game, and in 3 innings he played so far in this series. He scored 18 runs with the average of 6. So yeah, like you said, as long as you spend time on the crease, stay there, you'll get runs.
And just as a team tactic tonight, with the situation as it is, partnership is needed. So yes, have a go at staying there for a while, then build on it. Toppling out. What England have done pretty much exclusively for the greater part of these first 4 overs and 1 ball is keep it pretty full. Mention of Osaka, the charge contest. Go to their Facebook page, like it, answer a simple question, and the Osaka charge contest, and there are plenty of exciting prizes on offer, Wes.
Well done, David. Good job. The whole paragraph.
Love it. Can't wait.
Change of field for Haider. Third man is up in the circle. Fine leg is slightly wider, and square leg back for the short pitch.
But again, this sort of line and length, it's not going to be easy to force the pace straight away against this. So whatever you do with the field, if England maintain this discipline, which has been really good actually in these opening overs, they are going to continue to make it hard for Pakistan's batsmen.
Yeah, beautiful evening. The traffic still, you can see, well, it's slightly calmed down since Wasim Akram has arrived. When he was there, it wasn't moving. Waqar Yunus called me in a frenzy saying that I can't get to the ground. But David, the other aspect here is that actually setting a target is an issue for most teams. Now, you see the pitch, the ball's not coming on. The information should then be gone through the team on what sort of target they need to achieve at the end of the 20 overs. Now, if the ball's not coming on and you just try and pelt the ball and you lose that initiative of the power play and lose 3-4 wickets and then just let it slide, that's an issue.
Oh, that's found a way through. Very useful boundary. And it is this man, Babar Azam, who has found his touch now in the 4th over, continuing into the 5th over. Very obvious to say that Pakistan, he and his team, very happy if he continues for quite some time yet.
Yeah, one of the best in business, Babar Azam. Look at this shot, beautifully played. He knew third man was up in the circle. Little bit of width and another boundary. 21 of 14 now, skipper.
Yeah, not a lot of width, but just enough for someone like Babar. And that's where the skill levels come in.
Yeah, coming back to your point, Bazid, look at that shot by Haider. This shot you can easily, play like Babar does. Along the ground easy. It was kind of a hard shot. He wanted to hit a 6, but again, that's what he has to learn very quickly. Haider, talented, yes. Consistency, not yet.
That's good running. Baba will keep the strike. 5 overs done. 32 for 2.
Illuminating the roundabouts here outside the ground in Lahore. Slight issue with the traffic build-up though. 1 or 2 of our commentators have only just made it in. At least that's their excuse for now anyway. Amir Zahel, Waqar Younis joined me in the commentary box, having had a rather stressful journey to get here.
Do not remind us. That was horrendous, without any doubt.
Barber is finding the middle of the bat once again. A couple of shots in the previous over from David Willey. Absolutely sublime through the leg side. Waqar has just about managed to plug himself in. Wipe the sweat off his brow. You were stuck out there, weren't you?
Here is the traffic. I know people blaming me that I was not stuck in there. Look at that. And they're still coming in the ground. They're all coming to the cricket. It's a good sign.
Here. Have to be quick. I think that was a chance. Opportunity for Sam Curran, I think.
Well, the England bowlers have shown good disciplines. They've been on the money most of the time. Yep, it would have been gone. That would have been a big disaster for Pakistan. They already lost 2 wickets in the power play, trying to build the partnership. And if this would have hit the stumps, it would have been a big issues.
Yeah, he's the only one who's timing the ball very nicely, Babar Azam. Other batsmen have really struggled to deal with sluggish pitch. That was a bouncer. Yeah, what Pakistani batters they need to do, they should realize this is not the pitch to assert yourself. One thing you can do as a batter is do not allow the opposition bowlers to string few dot deliveries together. That will impede the progress of this innings. Just keep on working the ball into the gaps with occasional boundary. Get to a decent total. Like the other night. They'll have a chance to win the game.
Well, I think it's a hard thing to do when you already lost 2 wickets in the power play. That's hit very nicely. Beautiful shot right in the middle of the 2 fielders. This will really make Heather feel pretty good.
Yeah, Gleeson going for the short ball ploy. Pakistan have not played it particularly well over the course of the series so far. As you can see here, it slams that back of a length and it barely gets up at all. You're going to find on this particular surface that getting the ball a fullish length, back of a length, maybe top of the stump's height, is going to be difficult to hit, but the ball's going to sit up if you're short. Just like that. I think that, it's Halim Dar. We might have to get a sub on.
He's only young, isn't he? What happened to his reflexes?
I don't think he was expecting the ball to come to him. A little snoozing, I guess. It was hit hard. It didn't really give him much time to react. Whoa. He thought he was coming straight at his face, and then sort of ball dipped and hit him with his leg. Lucky, very lucky.
Yeah, good fleshy bit that, Halim. Oh, there you go. See, you bowl it back of a length, and that's just gripped and nipped away. Turned Babar inside out, and that's the end of the over. 40 for 2. Power play's over. We just watched the movement here. Ouch.
Well, not only ouch, it's unplayable delivery, because especially a bowler like Gleeson, who sort of looked to swing the ball in, and if it's hit the seam and straightens, and the batsman like Babar, if he has already committed to play on the onside, what are the chances? It's very difficult to handle this sort of delivery then.
Yeah, the reason why Babar Azam was in a spot of bother with that extra bounce he extracted on that occasion.
Well, it's a decent start for Pakistan. Yes, they lost 2 early wickets. Mohammad Haris looked good for first few deliveries, and then he perished. And Shan Masood, that's his old mistake when he plays around the ball and he plays a little across, and that's what he needs to fix that. But yeah, Heather looked good. Heather has started feeling his himself in the middle. He feels that he belongs there. Yeah, he deserves a bit of water now. Aleem Dar got hit on the leg, so the power play gone. 40 for 2.
Yeah, I mean, the 2 wickets down are not ideal, but it's better than losing 3, as England have done in the last 2 run chases. Babar is there. We've already made our minds up that there is a little bit happening off the seam here, and the ball not perhaps coming onto the bat as the batters would like. And so therefore it's about calibrating your batting effort, isn't it? At the moment, run rate 6.6. Well, he did, fortunately, with the lens. There's quite a lot of ordnance and hardware on the way out here from the security. Once again, that ball just sort of staying in the pitch of it. It was well played in the end, I think, by Haider.
Yeah, this is the period where the Pakistani batsmen have struggled from the 7th till the 14th over. In the recent past, they have found it quite difficult to get a move on, carry on with the momentum if they got one. And these 2 batsmen, they should be wary of the fact they have to do something different.
Well, totally different tactics from the England bowlers. Previous game, they were coming with the pace and running in hard and bowling those short deliveries. And also, 7th over was mainly Adil Rashid used to come in, and they're just trying different options, trying different tactics.
Previous game was octane as far as the fast bowlers were concerned, and it's diesel at the moment. No disrespect to the bowlers, none whatsoever. That's in the air, falling short. Taking grace for just a single.
Sam Curran, I thought he bowled really well in the previous game. He used the angle really nicely. He's not very quick. He's bowled around 130 or less even sometimes. But he bowls his slower one really well, and the odd bouncer, the previous game, he felt that there was a bit more bounce in the pitch and he used it beautifully.
It's too short, not quick enough to bowl that length on this deck, Sam Curran, and that's been punished. Babar is on to that in a flash.
Excellent footwork from Babar Azam. They decipher how to deal with that angle, moved outside the off stump, and from there on, he got that back of the length delivery, placed it beautifully for 4 runs. This is good batting.
Saw the Pakistan batters talking with Mohammad Yusuf during the warm-ups. Something that we talked about in the previous game, playing that pull shot, or playing the hook shot, and trying to get the head inside the line of the ball or outside the line of the ball, so the ball is coming more at the body. And there was a bit of toing and froing between the batters, talking to to Mohammed Yusuf, and I think they've decided, certainly in the way that Baba has played all his pull shots today, he's managed to get his head and his body outside of the line of the ball and has played them really nicely. Even there, well, again, that one was so wide, but again, the attempt was made to take the head outside the line of the off stump. Good over again from Pakistan, 48 for 2.
Game number 6 here at Lahore, and we played 3 games in Karachi, and the pitch in Karachi was a touch quicker, I felt, and this one is a little slow, and I think England bowlers are using that to their advantage. That's very clear in the difference between the pace. Lahore is a lot slower, the blue line, you can see that the ball gets to the batsman a little bit late. And in Karachi, not much difference, not big difference, but when you a free-flowing batsman, you're looking to play those big shots, this makes a big difference.
Rashid on in the 8th. Not had quite as much success in the last couple of games. He was really effective in the opening game up there at Karachi. Snuck the googly through Baba. But picked up none for 40 in the loss on Wednesday evening here in Lahore.
It should bowl well on this pitch. The ball is getting stuck in the pitch. That's in the air. The falling shot. Yeah, furthering your point you were making in the previous over, the players, as the 50 is registered on the board. We're talking to Mohammed Yusuf, the batting coach. The reason why, for me, why Pakistan batsmen have struggled with those short pitch deliveries, it's their over-commitment on the front foot. There's no harm in committing on the front foot as long as you have a short stride. If you have an exaggerated stride from there to rock back on the back foot and move back and across becomes very difficult. And that's why we have seen Pakistani batters struggling against those short pitch deliveries.
Down the track. Oh, that has been belted. It wasn't pretty. He didn't get to the pitch of it. Adil Rashid might have thought he was in business there for a second, but he got a big enough piece of it to send it all the way.
Well, this is the head that we know. Struggled in the first few matches. This time around he uses his feet and picked the length of the ball, although it was not really close to the ball, but went with the shot. He didn't really stop or thought about it, and that's the way to go.
And good thing tonight, Vicky, is he's giving himself a bit of time at the crease. When he was given an opportunity in Karachi, he was in a rush. Here in Lahore, you saw the same thing, but this time around, given himself a bit of time, read that googly. Yeah, Bank Alfla donating 100,000 for every wicket. And that's a great initiative for flood victims. End of the over. 8 done, it's 58 for 2.
couple of big towers for Pakistan. England with a little bit of success in the power play. Oh, short ball again surprises Hyder Ali. Caught him on the glove from Sam Curran.
Well, this proves Amir's point, you know, committing on the front foot. When you committed, you don't really check the pace of the ball, and sometimes it hurries on to you, and I think that's what happened here to Hyder. Hyder had no clue. This came very, very quickly.
Down the ground, there's a bit of a chase on. Alex Hales tidies up. Pakistan pick up a couple.
Yeah, just keep an eye on his front leg. He makes a move, then moves further on the front foot. Not the right idea. From that trigger movement, he should have picked up the line and the length of the ball and then rocked back. He didn't. That's why he was in a spot of bother. Hyder Ali.
Don't bowl it there to Bubba. Wow, it's just glorious, isn't it? Sublime timing through mid-wicket. England have Ben Dackett back there as cover. He makes it look so easy when it's on his pads. Ah, lovely cup of hot chai. Tepal, of course. Some stunning headwear as well. All contributing to the sense of occasion. Short and pulled away. It's in the air. Duckett takes the catch. It is that short ball. It was attempted to be fetched from outside the line of off stump. Hyder could not keep it down, was not in control. And once again, England have a breakthrough. Once again, they have a short ball. It's not searing pace from Mark Wood, but it's clever from Sam Curran.
An excellent field placing, to be honest, Butch. On a sluggish pitch where the ball is getting stuck in the pitch, to have that deep mid-wicket when a batsman is looking to fetch the ball from off stump. And being rewarded for this thinking and this strategy. Hyder Ali has been removed. He scored 18 and it's 62 for 3.
Breakthrough for Sam Curran. Hot work out there. Humidity goes up a notch or two when the sun goes down here in Lahore. And bowled really good delivery. Bubba played it well. Gets off strike.
Well, Hyder Ali looked good for his for the runs he's got, but really made that false shot, and that brings Iftikhar Ahmed on the crease. Plenty of overs to go. He can take a little bit of time. We all know that he can hit those big boundary balls, but he's got to stay out there. We need another partnership to build now. There was a decent partnership, but not enough.
No, good. That's a really good over from Sam Curran. Just the 5 runs from it and the wicket of Hyder. 63 for 3.
Babar Azam has been there for 29 deliveries. He should know what sort of total is going to be fighting, because hitting the ball with authority is not easy on this pitch. You cannot express yourself as a batsman on a pitch like this. So communication from Babar Azam to his partners is required.
England winning the toss again and inserting Pakistan. Can they make it third time lucky in the run chase? They need to, otherwise the series is done and dusted. If you're just joining us back there in the UK, about 3:15 in the afternoon. 2 changes for England.
What's your gut feeling, Butch?
Well, it's going all right at the moment, I guess. But England will have to chase runs a lot better than they've done in the last 2 games, no matter what Pakistan get. So those changes then, Wood and Wokes are out, Topley and Gleeson in, so Wood and Wokes rotated after the first of 3 matches here in Lahore. And then Dahani is in for Harris Ralph. That might make things a little easier for England at the back end, because Harris Ralph is being rested, and the gargantuan run scoring Mohammad Rizwan is also having the game off.
Butch, can I ask you a question?
You can.
Don't you think there is a case of England having a batsman like Rizwan could actually display softer skills rather than going after the bowlers, looking for big strokes? You know, softer skills are required. There's plenty of room in this format for me.
No, I think you're right. I mean, I have no problem with England's trying to go after the bowling from ball 1. I've no issue with that at all. I just think that if in doing so, particularly if you're chasing a lowish total, you happen to lose 2 wickets early, then maybe you just rein it in a bit. You don't want to be losing 3 and 4, do you? Because that makes it very difficult. Think about the way they chased down the first total in the first match, actually. Alex Hales made 50 and they got there with 3 balls to spare. You know, that's you're going to win more often than you lose if you do it that way round. You're also going to win more often than you lose with those icy cold drinks if you get your Sensodyne on that toothbrush. Life is way too short.
Somebody also need a haircut, isn't it?
For sure.
Definitely.
For sure, but I'm not sure that's what we're advertising. Oh, he's found the gap. That's really good. So it doesn't matter whether you're a pace bowler or a spinner, you do not want to be bowling long hops on this surface. That ball just sat up and squealed, "Spank me" for 4.
Well, this one wasn't really that short. Iftikhar rocked back very quickly, read the length very nicely and picked up the gap beautifully. Just came out of the middle of the bat and just raced to the boundary.
Yeah, the reason why he was able to place that ball, he pulled that ball with a vertical bat swing. Didn't try and flat bat it. And that's a good delivery from Adil Rashid.
But let me add on a little bit to the point, you know, how to bat on these sort of pitches. If it's a flat pitch, I still say the way England goes in the first 6 overs is the right way to go. But if the pitches are slow like these ones, I think you can take a little bit of a time. So that's the end of the over, and we are out of here. It's 70 for 3. And also drinks.
The halfway mark, Pakistan 70 for 3. They had a small partnership going between Babar and Heather, and then Heather once again losing his wicket. Willie with the ball now. Babar's looking good, 39 to him. He's played his shots, he's got some runs, he's timed them really well tonight.
It appears now the plan is obviously to go 6 and over for a couple of overs and then have a go. After the previous game, Pakistan got this confidence. If they get to 150, 160 would be ideal to defend, even with the wet ball. And that was Haider Ali departing. Very good catch by Ben Duckett. He has been excellent in this series on the field and of course with his batting. 10 wickets so far in this series against the short pitch deliveries.
And out of the 32 that Pakistan have lost, 10 have come off the shorter delivery. Felt that Haider again was late on that delivery, not getting it from the sweet spot of the bat, and it's been his demise for a long time now when he's gone for the horizontal bat shot.
Yeah, I'm afraid in this series, I mean, it was what, 18 runs from 3 innings before this game. So a slight improvement on that, but in this series he's not middled any of them when they've been short. So as an individual, you need to look very carefully at how you play those balls. I mean, you need to talk to better players, experienced players, and talk through it, because at the moment it just looks as though he's not learning from the mistakes.
Especially on a pitch where you're still trying to gauge the pace of the wicket, where sometimes you feel it might not be coming on that quick. Just want to check those.
I mean, that's the one little excuse. If you're unsure about the pace of a pitch and you just delay the shot. But I mean, the one observation I've made before already tonight is that the only man who's timed it really has been Babar. And it took him 3.5, 4 overs to find the pace of the pitch and to find his timing. So I mean, he's absolutely vital. A strike rate for him of 125 is good, and it's good for the pitch.
And it was a trap. There were 4 fielders there: fine leg, square leg, mid wicket, and mid on back on the boundary. I'm all for playing your game, I understand that, but sometimes you've got to see the situation and read the pitch, and of course get to know the bowlers and assess as a batter. You can explain it much better, David, that okay, this pitch is 150, 60 is a good total.
Yeah, it is. And Babar Azam said that at the start of the game, before the game, aiming at somewhere around 160, which, looking at it, would be potentially competitive. So that has to be their target, which means they need to go at what, 9 and over or so. Now that's been helped into a gap. Each and every boundary under these circumstances feels worth even slightly more, but that's the useful shot that they need every over.
Yeah, didn't get up quite high again, was banged in short. Iftikhar putting that one away. Looked like it came onto him yet a little bit quicker, but he did manage to place it into the gap.
You can't bowl there with this pace. He's better off bowling his variation and within the stumps, not short. That's a full delivery, slow delivery. There's a fielder there. They're going to settle for 1. Babar is on 40, looking good. 11 gone, 79 for 3.
Yeah, I think from England's point of view, they had huge success with that short ball 2 nights ago. Everyone bowled on it. Even the spinners were thinking, even Adil Rashid was thinking about it. But everyone, they all bowled it, even Sam Curran, Willie, I mean, they were all pitching it short and getting results. So it's kind of a double bluff, I think. You know, you'd expect England maybe to do the same again because it worked 2 nights ago, but actually the correct way to go is where they've gone tonight. And Wazzy made the point, you know, the short ball can go, but the orthodox ball actually on this pitch is effective. Well, progress so far. Early overs, one early over. That fourth over was good.
That's big. Goes all the way, Iftikhar into the action. First ball from Adil Rashid to him, and he's deposited over the fence.
He picked the bowler up. First Heather Ali and then Iftikhar. It was a huge hit. What a shot. Flighted delivery. 89 meters into the stands. Massive shot.
Another $1,000 to the kitty from Bank Al-Falah for every 6 hit. That was the wrong one. Quicker through the air as well. It's an area of the game where we keep talking about Pakistan and the middle order, and you understand the demand from the middle order. Nowadays, even more relentless, asking to hit those big shots. A wrong one again. Didn't pick it. And in that asking to hit the big shot, there comes a point where your top order collapses and you still need to change your game plan and build in innings, going at 6 and 7 and over, and then yet put the bad balls away for boundaries. It's an area where Pakistan batting first probably need to work on a little bit more. In the air. Interesting over so far. The first one's gone for 6. He hasn't picked them after.
Bowling quicker, that's for sure in this over. He's considered 25 runs, 2 balls to go off his third over. He was lucky there, Babar, very lucky in fact.
If I just come back to your question, you're damned if you do, damned if you don't. So that middle order is short on confidence because they've made no runs. They've made no runs because they're not at the crease long enough. They're then told, well, you still got to keep the pace going, so you play a shot, ill-advisedly, you get out for no runs again. So you still don't have confidence. So it does take, it's worth spending, I think, even in the context of this T20, enough time just to start to rebuild that confidence.
We'll pick up 1 to end the over. 10 of the 12th. Pakistan 89 for 3.
And then, just to add to that, I mean, one of the most crucial things in this form of the game, they tell us, is being able to assess what is a good score each and every night. So we can probably guess from the comfort of a commentary box that the 160 Babar Azam mentioned at the toss is actually a pretty reasonable target. No point in trying to go for 200 on a pitch which is not built for it, because you'll just get it wrong. And the most likely, the odds are you'll get it wrong. You'll be 100 for 7 and that's it. So try and aim for the most realistic target you can and back yourself to win from there.
Another good partnership here. As Pakistan lost a few early wickets, 27 of 21 between Babar and Iftikhar. Gleeson back into the attack. Picked up Haris. Mohammad Haris making his debut tonight, not getting too many. He's good. It's wide, hasn't put it away. Lots to look forward to as the foreign players arrive for the Pakistan Junior League all over the world. Brilliant opportunity, will be a brilliant platform to see talent from all over the world. It starts on October 6th as we all look forward to this.
It's a huge deal for these youngsters, especially at this age. Travel to a different country, get to know a different culture, and most importantly play on different pitches altogether. Short delivery, nicely played into the gap, and this will race away to the boundary. Another boundary for Babar Azam. He's on 46 now.
He's playing on a different surface and he's playing a different game. It's a class of the man. He hasn't tried to force the issue all night. He's used the pace to perfection and he's timed all his shots. And on top of that, he's probably best in the business to pick out gaps. Once again, putting it away. Fine style.
Yeah, it's just a gentle paddle, isn't it?
comes back to the question where we discussed the middle order. And David, you mentioned obviously to doom either way, this or there, but this series, perfect platform set up in that way leading into the World Cup. They've got another series before that where they can actually spend some time, because batsmen to come, Asif, Nawaz and Shadab, and all of them haven't spent as much time in the middle.
Asif had the chance of the day, the previous game. He was out, I think, in 12th over. He came out to bat, or maybe 11th, and then got himself out against one of the best bowlers. And that's again learning curve for Asif. He has been in Pakistan team from last 3 to 4 years. That sometimes you might have to bat for 12 overs, not just 3 overs or 4 overs.
Short again, this time well in control, Iftikhar. Well. Indeed, it is a Sensodyne-free moment, isn't it? Sensitivity-free moment, because life is too short for sensitive teeth.
You must have memorized this dialogue because you are their brand ambassador.
Said it over 2,000 times already now. Once again, I think Pakistan have a perfect opportunity. Iftikhar in there as well. And yes, the middle order has to impact the game, but they have to be aware of the situation and keep taking the scoreboard along. Projected score 9 in over would get them to what Babar thought at the toss would be a good score. Now partnership looking good.
9 in over from here onwards will take them to 161. Still 7 wickets in hand after this 7 overs to go. Another brilliant shot, but straight to the fielder. 13 gone, 97 for 3.
Adil Rashid to continue. Went for runs in the previous game. Short, cut away. Misfield yields 1. Wet, soggy conditions in the previous game. The ball was getting wet. The spinners, Pakistan spinners bowled in particular excellent. 10 overs between them, giving away 50. Adil Rashid, I thought, found it a little bit difficult to control the wet ball.
It was obviously dry by the time Pakistan's spinners have got their hands on it. I jest. I tease.
They're playing him well, the Pakistani batters, against Rashid. He's conceded 29 runs against short sweep against the spin into the night. Another 6.
It was tossed up there, was there to be hit. That massive hit brings up Pakistan's 105 now, and Iftikhar looking good in the middle. Adil Rashid has given this some air. He's got the front leg out and he's given a mighty heave. Big hit from his...
Yeah, beautifully struck. And I would suggest it's part of the value of spending time with the crease, because he's now set, seeing it well. That's what happens if you spend 20-30 minutes at the crease. You see it better and you take these opportunities, but that went a long way.
106 meters. That's I think the longest in this series, if I'm not wrong.
.6 meters. That's a reasonably sized driveway. Yeah, this is beautiful. When you saw it and heard it leave the bat, even though this is a huge stadium, stands are a long way back from the edge of the field, from the boundary itself, you thought, oh, that could be on the roof.
He's almost going 10 and over, Rashid.
And that single, with that, Babar Azam brings up his 27th T20I 50, 4th against England, and second score of 50 plus in this series. He's a class act, and he's brought all that class tonight.
Yeah, he's kept his head when some around him have lost theirs. Not all yet. It needed someone. Pakistan needed someone to understand the pace of this pitch, to understand how to get runs on this pitch, and to try and set the example. So even though the strike rate is not what you might say Bonza T20, 121 on this pitch tonight is fine.
Single to finish off the 14th. Pakistan 108 for 3.
Well, Rashid has finished his 4 overs. None for 38. Almost 10 runs and over. He is such a key man in this England white ball side that I don't think it's going to worry him yet. First time ever, by the way, that Adil Rashid has gone 3 matches in a row without taking a wicket.
And expensive. 9.50 economy rate. Last 2 previous games before this one, none for 41 in 4 and none for 27 in his 4. It's a pack house again, Lahore. Congratulations.
It is a weekend. We see plenty of kids out there. No school tomorrow, of course. Lovely to see the stadiums full. They have been full throughout this series. Pakistan with a bit of a counter-attack here. The intent in the approach tonight has been good in spite of losing those 3 wickets. This partnership now looking good. 46 between the two with 33. Sam Curran into the attack.
So now they have 7 wickets in hand. We are into 15th over. So one of them, I mean, he's looking great now. Iftikhar 31 of 20, strike rate of 155. Babar is on 50. That was his 27th 50. What a player he has been for Pakistan. Leading from the front and in prime form.
Sam Curran has bowled well tonight. It's been skiddy, it's been difficult to pick. His pace has been difficult to pick. He didn't quite get under that, did he, Babar Azam?
He's got a quick arm action. He's not very nippy, but again, a lot of variations. A very useful cricketer. He can bat, a safe fielder, good fielder. In fact, that was a slow ball, the leg cutter. And Babar's thought he'll play towards mid-wicket, didn't middle it.
Yeah, Babar just had to make that adjustment really mid-air, didn't he? That's what good players do in very instinctive fashion.
Aerial route once again. There is a fielder. Comfortable catch in the end. Harry Brook takes one at long leg. Iftikhar has to go.
It's okay. I mean, he's done his job, 31 of 21, and somebody has to be the aggressor at this stage of the game. And he took a risk, and obviously didn't happen. But again, the intent was there. That matters. Good innings from Iftikhar under pressure.
I didn't quite get a hold of it. Rolled his fingers over the ball, and Harry Brook, safe fielder, big hands, comfortably pouch that. Iftikhar goes for a well-made 31. Pakistan now 110 for 4. Good over from Sam Curran, picking up Iftikhar's wicket, and that causes Asif Ali to walk out in the middle. Known for his 6 hitting ability, he's got a good platform set to launch from here.
Very good spell, economy rate of 6 to 15 in his third over. Another good delivery. And another variation from Sam Curran, leg cutter. He wasn't full enough to play that shot, but it was the time and went straight to the fielder. Like I said, intent was there, and it's okay if you get out in this format when 5 overs to go.
Yeah, but you could see the frustration on Iftikhar's face. He's got in for the first time in the series. Okay, he's given 50,000 to the kitty. That KFC bucket filling up with rupees. But actually, you know, this is where you can be either easily satisfied or demand more of yourself. Iftikhar's done the work, hard work. Yes, it's a handy innings and a good partnership, but if you want to make the most of your day as a batsman, you want to crack on and nail that one as well. Either place it or really hit it, and he's done neither. So he'll be sitting there. My guess is he'll be sitting there thinking, why did I do that? Not, oh, that was okay, you know, just got 30. That's no. You know, I think you've got to be hard on yourself in each and every game.
Excellent over from Sam Curran, just the 5 off it and the 1 important wicket. 15 done, Pakistan 113 for 4.
Gleeson back into the attack. Short ball and is pulled away. That's pulled away really well. That's an excellent pull stroke from Asif Ali. It was wide of off stump, and he didn't try to hit it too square. Between mid-on, hit a straight pull shot, which is exactly the right way to go to a delivery of that line.
Yeah, the field set, the deep fielders are pretty square, so he has to hit it pretty straight. It's almost like a wide long on where he's ended up hitting it, and that was where the gap was.
Yeah, especially with the mid-on up in the circle, that is a pretty decent shot, and hit it with the good control. That was the key.
Goes the other way this time. Tried to beat the man at third man. He was quite fine down there, Dawid Malan.
Well, a tailor-made situation for Mohammad Asif. He came in the previous game when there were more than 10 overs remaining. maybe a bit too much for him, but this situation ideally good for Asif.
It's in the air, it is up, it is over, long on, and that is a magnificent strike, and it brings up a magnificent milestone for Babar Azam. He is now the joint fastest man in the history of T20 internationals to make 3,000 runs. And he joins, guess who? Virat Kohli. 81 matches, 81 innings, sorry. And that's a pretty special way to get there.
Very rarely you see Babar Azam hitting over the top, especially when the fielders are back on the boundaries. The intention was there. He just wanted to clear his front leg and just go with the shot. Very, very good follow through. Wonderful strike.
Yeah, the strike was better than the catching. Always makes me chuckle when people realise just quite how hard that cricket ball is. You stick a hand up to catch one in the crowd and lose a couple of digits. But that record is phenomenal. So just to confirm that then, the two names at the top of the pile, locked on 81 innings apiece. Babar Azam of Pakistan, Virat Kohli of India, and then big distance between them. Martin Guptill the next, 101, Rohit Sharma 108, and Paul Sterling of Ireland, who is a very, very underrated but wildly talented top order batter in the format. Overs gone then, 127 for 4.
Official live streaming partner. Catch the action live on ARY Zap in Pakistan, or download the ARY Zap application or visit aryzap.com. Crisp pictures. Well, yeah, Pakistan have done well in terms, they still have 4 overs to go. Babar talked about 160. Anything above that would be a bonus. And right now it looks like Pakistan on track or getting access to 160. If they have a good last 4 overs, even 170 might be a target which is achievable.
Yeah, I think that's a really good assessment right from the very beginning. Felt as though that the pitch was not going to be a free scoring one, but that 155, 160 would be a good score. And of course, if you aim for that from the beginning and then you have enough wickets in hand, you might exceed that in the last 4 overs. Well, that's going to be a no ball for sure. Sam Curran does well. A little bit of fancy footwork over the boundary edge, keeps it down to 2. I think they'll probably check that. But I think David Willey's going to have to bowl that again, or has he got away with it?
I think they're checking upstairs. They want to see that if it is going over that waistline height. The ball was sort of just dying on Babar when it reached. I think it was a good effort. He just let the ball go when he thought that he's going to go over that boundary skirtings. It's very sensible, very smart play from Sam Curran. No ball. That's a bit of surprise.
Babar had an animated conversation with the square leg umpire.
Full toss again. Oh, he has nailed that. Absolutely nailed it. That's not easy. It really is not easy to find the fence over extra cover from that full toss, but Baba has made it look like child's play.
That's a seriously good magic from Babar Azam. Just opening the face of the bat and hitting it over extra cover. Got it from the middle of the bat, that sweet part, and went all the way. You don't see better shot than this in cricket nowadays. It's a wonderful stroke over extra cover.
There's always something about that inside-out shot. You see a lot of sixes over the leg side, straight down the ground, but whenever it goes over extra cover, you just sort of take more notice. And Babar now is taking notice of that 160. Now it's sort of 175-esque. He's looking in terms of getting there with these massive hits.
Well, both of them at the crease at the end, I would say Pakistan will be looking to aim somewhere around 180, 180 plus. And I think the job of Asif is going to be very, very crucial from here on. It's got to be sensible, got to be smart.
Short ball. That rather surprised Asif Ali. Didn't get up either, so he's not going to get a... He was looking perhaps for a no ball or for height, but it might not have passed chest height had he stood there and played it.
I'm sure Mohammad Asif is searching for the length where he looked to go over mid-on or that mid-wicket region. Yeah, that's the length he was looking for, but it was a little bit too wide for Asif.
Short ball again, and he's picked out the man. It's the towering figure of Reece Topley out there on the point boundary, and Asif Ali might consider himself a touch unfortunate there, but the short ball has done the trick for England and David Willey, and that's the end of Asif.
I think he wanted to play a little bit more finer. The ball came very, very slow, then he had to sort of make a pace out of it and hit it straight to the man at that backward point. Asif Ali once again, Parish couldn't really utilize those final 3 overs. He's gone now, scoring 9 of 9. It's 136 for 5.
Ahmed Nawaz will have a big role to play once again with ball in hand with his left arm spin, but for now Baba could do with a partner who add a little bit of fuel injection at the back end of this innings. Reece Topley back into the attack. He's just got none for 8 off 2, so he has 2 overs left. You bowl 18 and 20, you would imagine. Barber lost grip of the bat there. He tried to crash it over extra cover. Here's the end of Asif.
There's a third short one off the over. Asif had already ducked under one, missed one, and he had to get one away, but it just didn't arrive, and he's trying to sort of ramp it over third, and it's gone way too square.
Excellent from Topley. So Willie finished with figures of 2 for 32 from his 4. That's him done. Topley has been pretty reliable for England captains over the course of, well, where are we? He came back into the England T20 side back in January in Barbados. England played a 5-match T20 series against the West Indies down there. He did a fine job bowling with the new ball and at the death there, and has held that position pretty much ever since, barring being rotated and rested. And it's that height, really, the height and the left arm angle, that makes him a tricky customer at the end if he gets it right. Yeah, a bit more hot chai. Try not to strain the analogy, but can't beat a bit of Tepal-T. 2.5 overs of T20 innings to go. It's just all the fuel you need.
Well, there's always something about the left arm pacers, isn't it? And if you're tall, it's a massive advantage. And if you can swing it, even better. And the likes of Shaheen, who's bowled quite quickly, and he swings the ball.
What's his status, Shaheen? That he's got a nasty injury, isn't he? Sort of back of the knee.
Yep. Yeah, very threatening, but I heard he's getting better and he started bowling now, so that's good news for Pakistan. That angle always has troubled Babar. As long as you pitch that ball on the leg side line of the leg stump or middle stump, Babar struggled to sort of hit that leg side boundary. He's a very, very fine player. When you talk about offside, hits it very nicely when he looks to hit straight, but whenever he looks to go big on the onside, he struggles at times.
Well, it's good to hear that Shaheen is on the mend. He's in the Pakistan World Cup squad, and he will only strengthen what is already a very strong looking pace bowling attack for Pakistan. Good over from Topley. 18th was an excellent one, just 5 from it, 1 for 1 for 5. So there is the T20 World Cup squad that'll be heading off to Australia, well, New Zealand first. Shaheen Shah Afridi is in there. Shadab Khan, of course, who's back into the team at the moment. Massive difference he made on Wednesday night. Mohammad Wasim, Nasim Shah has named Ralph, and the bowling lineup looks in very, very fine shape indeed. Interesting there, I suppose, in the reserves, Fakhar Zaman, who's been a fixture in white ball cricket for Pakistan. He's also struggling with injury, but he's another man that can add a bit of fireworks to the batting lineup, should any of the others not make it.
I think we might see a few changes in this before they take off from here. Shaheen is already there, so not really sure how fit he's going to be. He's got to play a few games before he get into the World Cup. Haris Rauf, of course, he'll be there. Asnan, I'm sure he'll be there. Nasim Shah, who's struggling with his health, he will definitely. 5 pacers, 2 leg spinners, and then of course Mohammad Nawaz there. So the bowling lineup is pretty good. Fakhar Zaman, if he gets fit, I think he will just sneak in. I'm not sure in whose place at the moment, but He'll probably
Well, you've got to make the call.
Not
You're picking. You're picking it now.
I'll pick him, but I'm not sure how fit he is. He's got to get fitter. Even Shaheen, I feel that if he's fit, definitely take him.
That has found the gap on the leg side. Yeah, it's a valiant effort from Topley out there, but we'll certainly have another look at that one. Baz, what's Pakistan's schedule look like between the end of this series and while we have a little check here and the first game in the World Cup?
That looks good. Yeah, the schedule still have plenty of games to go. You finish this series and then you're off to New Zealand, where you definitely going to play 4 games. You get to the final, then you're playing 5 games, and then you have a couple of warm-ups. So you could still think of the team has so many games to go.
Well, that's a brilliant effort. Reece Topley just bowled a sharp and tight over, and is flinging himself around in the outfield as well as the moths start to gather here at Gaddafi Stadium. Good from Sam Curran. Nod of approval from Waqar Younis next to me. He's gone well today, hasn't he, Sam? He's bowled intelligently on a sluggish surface.
Yeah, and last boundary, 13 deliveries. So suddenly there has been a stop in the run rate. And you would have thought that Pakistan would now be taking off. They'd built it up. Babar has played that anchor and he's made sure that they bat through those 20 overs. But the final few overs, you really want boundaries, and England have been able to put a stop to that.
Gives himself a bit of room and has slammed that between long on and mid-wicket. Just managing to outthink and outwit Sam Curran there.
It seemed that Babar knew what exactly coming at him. He knew that it's going to be a slow delivery. He just rocked back, cleared his front leg, and picked up the gap beautifully. He's seeing a ball like anything at the moment. What an inning once again from Babar Azam.
Yeah, if Rizwan doesn't get you, Babar will. And sometimes they both do it.
Well, he's seen few batsmen getting out on the other side, and he just kept his cool. He took his time early on, which I thought was important, because England bowlers, they bowled beautifully in the first few overs. They used the conditions really well. They were slow. They knew that a lot of slow deliveries are required, and he just waited and waited, and then he just explodes. And he needs to be out there. He needs to really make use of those 7 deliveries left. The run rate almost 8. They need to just oh, that's a good delivery. He's used that slow bouncer really well, Sam Curran. Oh.
I'm not sure why you're ducking it at this point. 150 for 5 and 1 to go. Once again, that lion's share of the runs coming from the top of the order for Pakistan. Been ably supported. A couple of nice little cameos as well from the upper middle order. Topley goes for the short ball. Babar, I think by way of glove, has found the boundary, and at this point it doesn't matter how you get them.
Yeah, very smart thinking, good thinking from Babar. It moved in the line of the ball very early, and then wanted to get a bit of bat on it. I think he got a touch of glove also. That's why the ball didn't really race to the boundary, but the gap was picked beautifully.
Oh, he's got enough of it. That's gone all the way. Another one puts it down in the crowd. Wringing the hands once more. A shake of the head from Topley. He just missed his mark, but Baba didn't.
Yeah, Baba was waiting for that. The one pitched up. Previous one he ramped away, so he was just preempting that this might be pitched up. And he's got rid of that front leg. Let those hands do the work, and boy did he middle that and get it away. 10 of the first 2.
No, a late flourish. Valuable runs you feel here. Straight up in the air. But he's going to get away with it. Should come back for 2. Baba will keep the strike.
Baba 87 now, 3 deliveries remaining, and Pakistan would want him on strike. He's almost counting himself unlucky that didn't skip away to the fence, but looking for boundaries, and Baba will be thinking, yes, boundaries, and Pakistan will be thinking, if Baba gets to 100, we're getting 175.
Topley unable to find the block hole as yet. Better delivery. Went for it that time. Guilty of bowling length in the over. Went for Baba's toes and got him off strike, most importantly.
Yeah, he's not happy, isn't he? He was hoping to get another big one here and try to get to that magical 3-digit number, 100. But that's not going to happen now. But that inning will be remembered. 87 of 59. Played superbly. Took Pakistan in a very respectable total. They can really challenge this England side on especially this sort of pitch.
Oh, that has been banged out of the ground. The sound off the bat told you straight away it was disappearing. There's a big old surface here, big area outside of the playing area here at Lahore. Boundaries themselves are about 75 yards, 75 meters, but that one's gone about 90. Boom.
Yeah, you don't want to be missing your length, and especially missing your length in terms of being slightly full. It's the slowest pitch, but once you venture full, you're going the distance. 169, last delivery.
Well, he has bowled so well prior to this over. 19 so far, last ball to come.
It should be out, it should be taken. It is very nonchalantly by Harry Brook down there at long off, but not before the damage had been done to Topley's figures and to the total that England are going to have to chase if they are to stay in this series. 169 for 6. A superb knock once again from the skipper Babar Azam. And Nawaz, who stuck one out of the ground the previous delivery, could only find the safe hands of Brook, but that constitutes a really good effort from Pakistan, who lost the toss again and were inserted. England fancied a chase for the 3rd time on the trot. They might be chasing 1 or 2 more than they would have liked 6 deliveries ago. The dew has started to come down here, as you would expect, so perhaps the ball might skip onto the bat a bit more. Management looked particularly happy with things. I think they'd calculated that 155 to 160 was par. They've gone beyond that. And that has been, again, the captain leading from the front, Babar Azam, the joint fastest man to 3,000 runs in T20 international cricket. He and Virat Kohli out there on their own on 81 innings, 87 from 59. Iftikhar with 31 from 21. Haider and Nawaz all making contributions, but the lion's share was Baba.
Well, it's all about partnerships. It was 14 on the first one, and then Shan Masood disappearing. Pakistan lost 2 wickets in the power play. They got what, 40 runs, and then Babar and Haider just stuck by and scored 47. That good partnership really set the base. Iftikhar, I thought he played really, really well, but of course, Babar Azam was the star of the day.
Yeah, England were pretty decent with the ball, but you look at Rashid again, went for 38. Pakistan targeting the spin. Sam Curran with 2 for 26, the pick. Let's go down to Zainab.
Thanks, Bazit. Sam Curran is next to me. Sam, you're the joint highest wicket taker for England in this tournament. Are you enjoying overall the series?
Yeah, it's been good. My first time in Pakistan, so it's very different, but really enjoying the challenge. Playing in front of the Pakistan crowds is amazing. The love for cricket's amazing, and yeah, the cricket so far has been great. Hopefully we can win this match and make it 3-all.
Yeah, we saw that you used the short ball really well in that previous game. Today as well, you got Haider Ali's wicket through that. So, I mean, it seems like that's part of the strategy, the bowling strategy, to be sort of bowling those lengths.
Yeah, I think we're just trying to be a little bit unpredictable in the middle overs, using our bounces. We obviously, it's worked in these type of wickets, but you never know. When we go to Australia, it might be a little bit different. We might have to come up with different plans, but we're pretty happy with the way we bowled. The wickets got pretty good. Obviously, outfield's getting wet and wet, so I think it's going to be an interesting chase.
I mean, is that the reason why things started off well for England, saw a couple of wickets, but then Babar and some of the other guys sort of brought Pakistan back into the game? I mean, what are your feelings about the total now?
Yeah, obviously they finished really well, but we found it pretty challenging towards the end, bowling Yorkers and bowling our change-ups. The ball was extremely wet, and it's very difficult to bowl with that, but hopefully it's just going to get more dew in the field, and hopefully we can have a good power play and chase this total down.
Enjoying the buzz around the ground?
Yeah, it's been amazing. Like I said, my first time over here. The love for cricket's amazing, and we just want to say thank you for having us.
Less moths around today?
Yeah, but you can see I'm absolutely dripping. It's so hot, and I'm looking forward to a shower now.
Well, good luck with this one, and yeah, hopefully good luck for the remainder of the series as well.
Thank you
so much.
Thank you.
That has meant that Pakistan, led by Babar Azam's fabulous performance, stand out yet again. The captain leading from the front, got his timing right after a couple of overs, and then just went from strength to strength. Very good leg side, and on a slowish pitch, he made sure that he was getting those boundaries through more or less the leg side. That probably the shot off the match, over extra cover. But his innings of 87 meant that Pakistan almost got to 170 in the end. That means England, because of that Babar Azam innings and his 3,000 runs, fastest there, joint with Virat Kohli, and strike rate of over 130 now. And that means that England have to chase down 170, and we'll see all the action when we come back just in a bit.
Welcome back to our coverage of Bank Alfalar presents Dafa News Pakistan versus England T20I series. Match number 6 out of 7. Pakistan currently leading the series. They will win the series tonight if they win this match. And you'd have to say their performance of the bat this evening, an improvement on the previous couple of games, one in Karachi, one here in Lahore. The target now for England, 170. And on this pitch, on this ground, that's what they call competitive. Lower scoring ground most of the time than we've seen, for instance, compared to Karachi. Pakistan defended a much lower total, a substantially lower total. Look at it how you will. 145 they made 2 nights ago and still won the game. They've got 15 more runs to play with today, so they'll know they can do it. There are changes, for instance. You see Shahnawaz Dahani there. He's playing in place of Haris Rauf. There's no Rizwan tonight. Mohammad Haris will be behind the stumps with the gloves in his place. There's a bit of a difference in the way the innings opened, with the Haris come and gone very quickly for 7, as opposed to the man who's been the most reliable run getter for Pakistan in the series. But stepping up, of course, was the captain yet again, Babar Azam. 87 not out, guiding the way through the innings, responsible for the bulk of the total, responsible for the target that is now set. And when people talk about a Pakistan middle order problem, I think people should start talking about an England top order problem. Because these top 3, and tonight it is, I'm checking on the figures, Salt, Hales and Milan. Well, between them, Salt has made 59 runs at 11, just over 11, just short of 12. Milan at number 3, 70 runs at just short of 20, 17.5. Hales, despite that half century in the first match of the series, 85 runs at 21. And the success of any side, I think, is built on the top order, good starts. So tonight, ever more important for 2 reasons. One is they all need it, I think, individually. Secondly, England need it to be able to chase down this target.
Yeah, that's his record, his highest 57, Phil Salt's. And his partner, Alex Hales. Yeah, you alluded to the fact that even in T20 format, as a batsman, there is room to be there at the crease for a little while. Gauge the pitch, decipher what the opposition is looking to do, and then make a plan. And keep on improvising it.
Yeah, I think just specifically talking about this pitch in Lahore last couple of games, and we saw him in the classic example to me, just in case you weren't here earlier, as it were, was Babar Azam today. Took him 3.5 overs to judge the pace of the pitch. First one he timed properly was 3.5 overs in. You saw the frenetic approach from Mohammad Haris at the other end, which ended predictably quickly. And I think that you need to learn those lessons. On an absolute belter of a pitch, you can start quick and carry on. On a pitch that takes a little bit of looking at, I think just a little bit of nous, a little bit of judgment. But we'll see how England approach it, because I mean they've based their white ball cricket for the last 5 or 6 years on pretty much an all-out approach. And of course, in a series like this, this is what, match number 6. We've seen this before. Salt opening the innings, Nawaz opening the bowling. So we've seen what they've tried to do before. Let's see what they try and do tonight. Oh, just got past the outstretched hand. So yes, it is a boundary. It is 4 from the first ball, but not the most convincing, and almost a chance.
Yeah, you mentioned Nawaz is going to open the inning and Salt is going to face the first delivery, and as usual he backed away from the leg stump in order to create that room. Very lucky that was away from the fielder. He's off the mark though.
Well, will it be one of those nights where the luck goes with him and the runs start to flow? I mean, he's not one to back down. That's what we've seen. We saw, what was it, a couple of games ago, 2 or 3 games ago, he was out for 8, 2 fours in the first over and caught in the deep off the same bowler, off Mohammad Nawaz. Dragged away through that gap wide and mid-on. That's a very, very nicely judged shot.
Well, this might be the Salt's night, because Bob Nawaz starting off with a full length delivery early on. He just got gave a loosener or a cut ball which went for 4, and this time very well controlled. New ball came onto the bat very, very nicely. Very fine start from England.
That was indeed a thumping stroke, wasn't it? Fetching the ball from outside the off stump.
Well, brave, I'd say, to be honest. I mean, in the end, it looked beautiful, perfectly controlled, but brave because that sort of length hasn't quite worked out yet whether it's going to grip at all. And we've got the dew out tonight, so there's the chance it'll skid on a bit. Here he is again for the second time in this tournament. 8 within the first over. Make that 9, all to Phil Salt. Only 4 balls in.
Well, it doesn't matter how pitch plays, he knows only one way. He's going to really attack the bowlers. He's going to make sure that he comes really hard. And that's the way he plays. And Alex Hales is the same. They're going to really try to put Pakistani bowlers under pressure early on. And if they can just go on and bat those 6 overs without losing too many wickets, game will be definitely on.
Yeah, that's nice from Hales. That's the most beautifully orthodox shot you will see tonight.
Nice or strange?
Take your pick.
It brought a broad smile on his face. Yeah, he looked to get to the pitch of the ball, just timing the ball. Looked pretty, didn't it?
That's good. Trying to use those feet again, Phil Salt. Never one to die wondering, never one to hold back. It's 11 from the first over. Well, Pakistan were forced to start slowly tonight. England, it's a brisk first over. I mean, it's an approach which has worked so well for them over the last few years. An approach which took a bit of a back step last summer in the UK. So 1 over into the chase, 11 without loss. Salt has 10, Hales has 1. Salt will have the strike. Dehani is the bowler. It's a great shot. That is a lovely shot. Simple length ball just outside off stump. Absolutely standard first delivery. And an above standard response.
These are the kinds of strokes which linger on in your memory. Has an impact. Beautiful. Pleasing on the eyes.
Well, when you can play these sort of shots, why do you need to slog? Just allow the ball to come to you and look to drive. There's massive gaps around.
That's going to go over the rope, over the fence, run away to the edge of the field for the first 6 of the innings. Dehani straying in line and length and suitably punished.
Yeah, inexperience of Dehani. Pakistan playing with 3 fast bowlers who are relatively new at this level and bowling short and just picking it very, very nicely. He didn't mean to hit it down. He just scooped it up for 6. First 6 of the inning.
Yeah, the best thing Phil Salt did over there, moved outside the line of that delivery to be able to hook the ball over fine leg for 6 runs.
Yep.
And that's a rollicking start.
Another $1,000 into the kitty thanks to Bank Al-Falah. Oh, that's good fielding. Just got down in time. Almost got past Baba.
It is so hard to bowl to a batsman like Salt if he gets going. Yes, he might play a little hairy-fairy short, but once he looks to hit on the ground and looks to play those drives and looks in control, he's a very dangerous batsman. Tough to bowl at.
It will rub if you're flying, and that's for sure.
Oh, that's both timed and placed. That's all you need. Find that gap like that. Two classic shots now from Alex Hales.
Pace and width on offer, and gleefully accepted. Didn't try and overhit the ball, just opened the face at the right time. And a very tasty result.
Well, it seemed that this pitch has become a little better to bat on. Early on, I thought the new ball, when England were bowling, the ball was sticking in the pitch. So far, what we have seen is the ball coming onto the bat nicely. Towels are out there, and there was a rope in the middle of the inning, and there's definite dew there. It'll be a hard work for the bowlers, and especially the bowlers who have not played much cricket at this level.
Just need to tell you about that Pakistan Junior League that starts on October the 6th. First time we've had an under-19 tournament of that nature anywhere in the world. Pakistan leading the way there. Cricketers from all over the globe are already here to take part in that JPL. Oh, let's look at that fly. Look at it fly, soaring over extra cover.
Oh, Alex Hales at his belligerent best. Oh, powered it, muscled it over extra cover. Not an easy stroke to execute. But how good was Alex Hales on that occasion? Brilliant.
I thought Babar Azam played a couple of really blistering strokes over that extra cover region, but this was a beauty. New ball coming onto the bat nicely, and the youngster there on the boundary dropped it. He's gutted. He's not happy with his effort.
Well, if he's one of the under-19 players playing in JPL, he's got to sharpen up.
Oh dear, oh dear.
At least he could smile about it here tonight. Play and a miss, just to wind up the most expensive over of the match. 22 from it. It's already 33 without loss. Well, good start, great start for England. Very positive from both Salt and Hales, whatever they have or haven't done before in the series. The obvious conclusion is they want to try and make this game count, make it 3 matches all, 3 wins all by the time the night has finished, and make it a decider in the series when we all come back here on Sunday nights. Still a way to go, but that is the most positive of starts.
Well, the way these two are going, it's going to really finish quickly. Pakistan need wicket. Mohammad Wasim has been brought into the attack, hoping that Pakistan will get one of these out. Big over, the previous one.
That's more runs. 1 bounce 4. Thumping shot down the ground, just clearing mid-off. Clearing him comfortably enough. And England making a very, very different start here tonight compared to just 2 nights ago when they were 3 down for less than this.
Not a lot of experience for Pakistan in this game as far as the fast bowling department is concerned. And English batsmen taking advantage of that. Just going after the bowlers. hitting everything nicely. But this time around, it wasn't placed nicely.
Well, nearly got past. Just going to make one quick point. Look at all these 4 men, the last 2 overs with these opening batsmen. What have they got in common? They've all played PSL. And in PSL, the same rules apply. The same tricks, both for batsmen and bowlers. The same pitches apply. If there's a difference in terms of the atmosphere of an international game, maybe that's just a little factor. But Shahnawaz Dahani, for instance, knows exactly what he should be doing. And it's just one of those days where his first over was exactly what he didn't want.
Yeah, he didn't start the over quite well. And after that, he was hammered.
Well, a little sort of clap of the gloves from Harris behind the stumps. There's a rarity in the space of what, only 2.5 overs. Playing a miss.
Yeah, Shahnawaz Dahani has only featured in 8 international games, Wasim 14 and Amir Jamal into his 2nd. No Harris Rauf for them. No Naseem Shah to turn to. The things are getting out of hand or pulled away. Another boundary scored.
Well, that's proper hammering, isn't it? There's nothing else you can do about it. They've tried everything, both short deliveries, and this was a slow delivery, banged in short, cut short, and Alex Hale stood really tall and hit it big on the onside. Boundaries are just flowing.
Well, it's getting out of hand, it's out of control if you're Babar Azam and Pakistan at the moment. That's going to be more runs. Quicker attempt at the short ball this time. Slightly awkward position from Alex Hales, but he was still able to get enough on it to help it over the man at short fine leg. And the runs are flowing very, very regularly.
Highest opening partnership for England in this series. What should I call it? A blistering start or a rollicking start?
You can add whatever adjectives you like. It's going well. That's again hit with just awesome power. 50 comes up in exactly 3 overs. 50 without loss now.
It's raining boundaries. No respect shown to these bowlers. This was a half volley. They're moving away from the stump, just making room themselves. Babar had no chance to stop that. This was hit really hard.
Well, that is the fastest 50, team 50 in the series so far in these first 6 matches. Well, this is the way to banish any doubts, isn't it? Any doubts about the England top order, this England opening partnership? This is pretty much the best you'll see from Sultan Hales.
What were you saying, David, early on regarding
nothing, nothing. I never mentioned, never said a word. No, never said a word.
They don't listen, do they? Really?
Just have to adapt. I mean, we all have to respond to events on the field. You know, we have our plans, we have our thoughts. Yet the circumstances change. We're allowed to reflect it. But brilliant, absolutely brilliant from both Salt and Hales. The timing's been good. I mean, whether it is just the dew factor that has made the pitch respond just a little bit differently in this second part of the game, I'll leave that to you local experts to tell me.
It comes down to brilliant batting. It does. Now he has to invent something. Shadab for Pakistan here. England running away with the game. He has to break this partnership.
Well, this is what Bubba obviously thinks. You know, he's tried various things so far in the opening 3 overs. Another change of pace, change of style. Shadab, very experienced in, again, PSL, played a lot of T20 cricket.
Well, normally in these sort of situations, bowlers turn their back to their captains because you don't really want to be a bowler right now, because these two are just heading all over the place.
Now have a look at this stroke. Almost every muscle was used for that particular stroke. Didn't give even a sniff of a chance to the fielder to stop that one. It was racing away.
Normally we see Shadab coming after the play. He's been forced by these two batsmen to come on. It might just be good for Pakistan if he can fetch a wicket outside the off stumps. They've been really, really harsh. These are good deliveries when you look at this beehive. Another couple. Good running, these two.
Yeah, tonight, these two openers, they have batted with definitive footwork and a definitive plan, and that's why they're prevailing.
Oh, it's your word of the tournament.
Come on, boys, come on, boys.
Walking dictionary. That's gone straight up. This is going to be a simple chance, and a chance that is taken by Dahani. Much needed wicket, much needed breakthrough for Pakistan. For once, the attempted big shot doesn't come off this time for Alex Hales. But this partnership of 55 has already put England well on the road to their target.
Is Pakistan's premier bowler, Shadab Khan. When a captain turns to Shadab in power play, it means the bowling side needs a wicket. And Alex Hales has obliged the Pakistani captain and the bowler by trying that stroke. 27 was the contribution from Alex Hales. It's 55 for 1.
Boys, shabash boys. पूरा मैच बाकी है अभी, शाबाश boys. एक और इधर शाबाश.
So 1 ball short of 4 overs. It's already 55 for 1. Milan, the new man, not on strike. 55 for 1 it is after 4. I have to say the spirit in which this series has been played has been very, very good. One of the reasons I think for that is that so many of the England players have travelled here before as part of PSL. They are familiar with Pakistani players and vice versa. Doesn't take anything away from the competition on the field between the two countries. But that over from Shadab, much needed by Pakistan here. That wicket, much needed. Very, very strong comparison after 4 overs. Pakistan was struggling in the first innings of tonight's match at 26 for 2. England racing away at 55 for 1. So David Malan at number 3. Nawaz is back on with his slow left arm spin. And Malan is off the mark, just pushing it away for 1.
I don't think he picked that googly. It's just right on the money. Just wanted to heave it on the onside, and the ball wasn't there, just top edge. Not happy with the effort, Alex Hales.
But these two openers have done the damage. They have brought down the required run rate to 7.2. Should be a problem from here on. If the target is approached with some sense.
He's a bit of Jane Austen, sense and sensibility. 4 more runs. It would appear to be a good night for Phil Salt at this stage. He's the most positive of cricketers, and he's playing beautifully.
Well, he knows only one way, I believe. This time around it was leg side-ish delivery and mid-on up in the circle. We're still in the power play. Easy pickings. You've got to stay on the middle stump or maybe just outside the off stump. You go leg side, the problem. Yes, there are 2 men on the onside. There's a big gap behind that square leg. He's going to move away from the stumps and look to explore that offside field.
Well, he didn't quite get in the position he wanted, but he's still got quite a lot of power into the shot. And so that wide-eyed look from Mohammad Nawaz tells you that it was coming back at him with still quite some pace.
You know, Phil Salt is looking to stay one step ahead of bowlers' thinking. He's just moving in the crease, backing away from the stumps, moving towards the offside to hit the ball into the gaps. It's a good contest, this.
Well, this one, he's got everything he wanted. Again, just giving himself that little bit of room. But this time, Nawaz didn't manage to cramp him up, so freedom to strike. And it's yet another boundary for Phil Salt.
I think the field position is not right the way Salt is playing. He's got to bring that mid-on up in the circle and move that mid-off fielder on the boundary. Because what Salt is looking to do is not looking to play on the onside. He's just moving away and trying to hit over that mid-off or cover fielder.
Or maybe just straight down the ground. 6 runs. This is outstanding cricket from Phil Salt. I think the message is coming through too. There was a sort of flick of the finger there from Nawaz at the end of that, suggesting that yes, we need to change the field. But Phil Salt is making a mockery of this.
Yeah, he's been outstanding. You know, it's leaving the Pakistani bowlers helpless. At the moment, can't decide where to bowl. They've been punished.
That's also straight down the ground. It's not gone for 6, but it's gone for 4. This is brilliant from Phil Salt. It's England's best power play in T20s against Pakistan. It's 74 for 1 after 5.
And England have come out all guns blazing. 74 for 1. Just 5 overs into this game. Mohammad Wasim is first over 17. And the only over that did go for 10 or less was Shadab's 4th, where he also managed to pick up a wicket. Equation has turned tables, 96 of 90 now. Dolan's power wash challenge. I think he can go a few notches faster. Cycle to win Dolan's appliances.
I wonder if that was a short cycle.
Edged and runs away for 4.
Unbelievable start from England. Look at this, 78 for 1. And still 4 more deliveries to go for power play. Phil Salt looking phenomenal, 45 of 17. And Hales 27 of 11 deliveries. Outside edge, another boundary. Pakistan on back foot here, required run rate just 6.27 now, with England 9 wickets in hand. And the only way Pakistan can win from here to get 2-3 quick wickets.
Nicely tucked away. And fielder hasn't got a hand to that. That will also race away to the fence. Back-to-back boundaries for Malan.
I spoke with both David Malan, I should say, and Phil Salt prior to the game today. Malan said he'd been struggling a bit with his rhythm, hadn't really found any sort of touch on the trip so far. And Phil Salt said that he felt that he was playing okay. He kind of managed to find the boundary, just hadn't managed to stay in. He felt that there was a big one coming. Well, it might not be big yet, but it's certainly been rapid.
Butch, I just asked our stat guy Azim that what's the world record, the highest power play score. Guess. Okay, I can give you a clue. It was West Indies versus Sri Lanka. Just a guess. Come on, Aruj.
Has to be over 100.
98 to be exact. In 6 overs. By West Indies against Sri Lanka.
Well, they've got 2 deliveries here. Overthrows, no damage done in the end. Not happy, the skipper.
Yeah, it's certainly been a greasy start from England.
He's not very happy.
I'm not surprised. He batted for 20 overs. He toiled away to get 170 on the board, and more than half of them have disappeared already.
It's been a good return from Wasim. Got hit for 2 boundaries, 1 off the edge. The batsman wasn't in control there. Malan flicked the other one off the legs. It's been 2 dot balls since. There it is.
Yeah, a stressed out captain. The chance to clinch the series tonight. England have had other ideas so far. Long way to go, but making short work of it so far.
Stress and bit of frustration as well, because fielders weren't looking at him. They were a bit lost. Obviously, when you 82 for 1 in 5.5 overs, you're bound to get lost as a fielder.
Play and miss. Good over, come back, good 3 deliveries. 6 done, England 82 for 1. The comparison there by no means one. England have taken this away and have raced with it. Salt striking at 264. Run rate the England have right now, extraordinary.
Yeah, pretty good. I mean, it's worth mentioning, conditions here do expect the dew to come down and make the ball come onto the bat a bit better. It did on Wednesday. England just batted really badly in the power play. Not tonight.
Tonight also they're playing badly, but they haven't lost any wickets. Only 1 wicket. That was crazy batting, 82 for 1 in 6. I think this is the first time I've seen live somebody scoring like this in power play. The power play is gone now. sigh of relief for the Pakistan team. 88 of 84 runner ball now with 10 wickets in hand.
Amir Jamal into the attack. Had a good debut a couple of nights ago. Outside off stump, whacks it away for 4. That brings up, well, 1 short of 50. Got my math wrong. It's been a blistering effort so far from England. It was short, it was full, it was wide, it was there to be hit.
Not the best delivery when you don't have pace. He's a medium pacer, bowled beautifully in the previous game, the crunch over, the last over against the in-form batsman Moeen Ali. But today is a different game. He's on 49 of 18, Phil Salt. And that shot brings up his 50 of 19 deliveries. What an innings from Phil Salt this. England is cruising.
Standing ovation from some. Crowd goes up as well, brings up the 3rd fastest for T20 50 for England, Salt. And strike rate is what's impressive, 263.
Yeah, he's a mighty talented lad, he really is. Might have to wait his turn with the riches that England have at the top of the order. Obviously Josh Buttler to come back into the team as captain, opener, keeper, batter.
Any chance of Joyce playing this series, any game?
Well, I don't know. I think he's been out here buying a few rugs.
Probably.
Yeah, stocking up on the old silk carpets.
Nice. How's that for timing? David Milan, that is exquisite.
Nobody moved. Extra cover, mid-off. Both just stopped in their tracks after walking in and watched it blaze past them. Sumptuous.
Elegant. The shot from David Milan. Look at this. Good foot movement, balance, and then the follow through.
It's brilliant, brilliant to watch. Amir Jamal under pressure, 9 of the first 3. It's that time of the game again where we all enjoy a cup of tapal tea. Hot chai. I think Babar could do with a hot cup right now as well, just to calm the nerves a little bit in the middle. It's extraordinary how contrasting styles of cricket, yet effective. Milan you watch someone like Harry Brook, Babar Azam, still stick to the conventional method of batting, yet very effective. Has been put away.
What's going on?
Couple of bounces into the fence again.
Please explain, elaborate. Birch?
Well, Aruj was just talking about the sort of the classical players that are scoring plenty of runs in the series. Babar for 1. And then you've got the butchery, if you'll excuse me. Bit of salt beef.
Getting it all out there, aren't we? 14, another expensive over. 1 delivery. He's under pressure, isn't he?
And required run rate under 6 now. But another shot, another pull, another boundary. What an over for England. 20 from the over, 7 gone, 100 up as well. 102 for 1 England.
Picked up nicely again. The timing on that again, for it to carry flat and all the way. There was a man stationed not too far to the square leg boundary. Nothing doing there.
Yeah, these are not they're not small boundaries here either. It's a bit of an optical illusion from above the ground because there's so much space beyond the advertising hoardings, but the boundaries from the middle are all well over 70 meters. And that went flat and was absolutely murdered by Phil Salt.
Skyscrapers except for the fourth, where Shadab bowled one just for 5, picked up Alex Hale's wicket, and it's been carnage throughout.
They all are Burj Khalifas, not just one, all of them are. This is 7 overs have gone, 100 up for England, only 1 wicket down. Required run rate just over 5 with 9 wickets in hand. This is unbelievable performance from England batters so far in this game. Pakistan on a back foot. They must be thinking it's only a matter of time. Let's have a look at the boundary of the last ball. Here we go. He's in prime form today.
Boy, he hit that hard. He's a much improved player, Phil Salt. He's always been very strong through the leg side. He's naturally bottom-handed, but he's opened up the offside of the field as well. As I've said, he'll probably have to bide his time a little bit to get a regular spot in this England T20 team, but he's served notice that should anybody else lose form or should a position open up, then he's the next man to fill it.
I heard one of his interviews where he did mention that he probably hasn't gotten the big score, but he's been backed by the management to play the kind of cricket that he does play, and he will continue to do so at the top. Him, Brook, both making, I feel Brook at least making a solid case for himself in the middle order. It'll be interesting to see what England finally put out come the World Cup.
So he's the best of the lot so far. Shadab from Pakistan. Another sweet shot from David Milan against the spin. Pure timing, elegance at its best.
50 partnership comes up in but in no time, really. 22 deliveries. It was there to be hit. He does it with so much of ease.
Well, Pakistan coped with the dew and the wet ball extremely well on Wednesday. But now you see the difference in the way that the ball is coming onto the bat the second half of this innings.
Once again, similar result. Excellent from David Malan. 10 of the first 4 deliveries, Pakistan are under the pump here.
Saw Milan after he drilled that one through extra cover off the pace bowler in the previous over. He sort of looked up to the heavens as if to say, I've middled one, I've finally timed one, and now he can't stop, like London buses. They just keep coming one after the other, straight off the middle of the blade.
It's carnage out there in the middle.
I think it might have been an expletive that Sack Lane was writing down in his notebook there. Just one word. Help!
Or maybe 2 words. We're getting 3 words, in fact. We're getting hammered. And then help. Then help. Now 4 words. What a performance so far. Unbelievable. No problem whatsoever. 2 boundaries, then a single. This partnership is now 58 of just 24 deliveries.
See the difference here for England, and again, sort of spoken about the way that they approach the 2 run chases, having lost wickets in the power play. It was never a case that you'd say to them, "Oh, don't come out and be hyper aggressive. Just think about it if you happen to lose 2 or 3 wickets in the power play." But if they get going and they don't lose wickets, then this is what they're capable of doing, because everybody in the lineup can score alarming strike rates.
1 bounce into the fence. We'll just have a quick look again. We're short. He's hit it flat. Yep, 1 bounce into the fence.
15 from the over already, and he was the best of the lot. Shadab, 53 runs required by England. 117 for 1.
117 for 1. Just a few left to chase down if England continue to go in this fashion. 53 is what they need now of 72 balls. It's been a spectacle of T20 cricket.
Rahani's back. He went for 22 in his first over. Slow delivery, variation, straight to the fielder, an extra cover. Shouldn't be a problem from here onwards for England, I think. Again.
Yes, sir, again. Sensodyne, sensitivity-free moment, because, come on, gentlemen, we've got this. Life is too short for sensitive teeth.
I read that tweet the other day. Someone tweeted about why have they got a rouge. So I felt like writing him back, dude, she's a dentist, that's why.
There you go. For all of you who didn't know, I am a certified dentist as well.
And if you want, I can just give you address as well while we're at it, where your clinic is.
It's brilliant. There's only 2 overs that have gone for under 10. It was Shadab's 5th, went for 5, and then Wasim bowled the 8th, or the 6th, in fact, which went for 8. Everything apart from those 2 overs have been way above 10 runs and over. It's called for 2. It's the 1 in the end. Good start here from Dhani. Exciting figure, Dhani. Loves the energy he brings to the game. Obviously still new to the international stage. Has PSL experience behind him. As you've obviously seen a lot of the Pakistan pacers coming up the ranks. Yes, we have a battery of them, but how do you rank them in what you've seen of?
He's got potential, no doubt. Love his approach, love the way he bowls, love his action. Very easy action, high arm action. Slow ball again. And this probably will race away to the boundary as well.
Yeah, it's just clubbed away, isn't it? Dhani trying to get the ball in the block up. Low full toss comes out. The slower ball just drills it into the ground in front of him, Phil Salt. The man out there on the sweep has absolutely no chance, despite this outfield slowing up a little. Just 46 to win.
Top edge, and the boundaries keep flowing here at the Gaddafi Stadium in Lahore. 1 bounce. Doesn't matter where they come from anymore. He's going to have a go at everything now, Salt.
Pakistan team is going with the 4 now. Just waiting for it to happen. 42 required of 65. It was a good bouncer, but unfortunately for Dhani, top edged, 1 bounce into the fence. So he's gone for 33 already, and he's into his 2nd over. 1 more delivery to come. Plenty of batting to follow. Ben Duckett, Brook, and then of course skipper Moeen Ali, who's in good nick too.
Swing and a miss. What's impressive about the England batting order, and in particular that middle order, if you see that graphic again, have a look at the strike rates. That is the essence to the T20 version of the game. 157, 150, 146. That's what makes all the difference, to have consistent players come through and hit at that strike rate. Impressive.
Yeah, I think that's the thing that makes England's lineup, when it fires, it just makes it so irresistible. Got these guys all in their differing styles. Moeen Ali, Harry Brook will do it differently. Ben Duckett is a wild card in terms of the way that he plays and the places he hits the ball. You're doing it at strike rates above 150, or at least 140. You're a real handful.
If you ask me, for me, I think all these players are top players. I mean, Brook, we've seen youngster coming up, great balance. But for me, the most dangerous in this format is Ben Duckett. It's the way he bats. especially against the spinners. Because we've seen in this series, he comes at number 4 and he plays the reverse chop, the reverse lap, and then sweep in behind umpire, and then in front of square leg as well. So yeah, it's impossible for a spinner to bowl at him.
The official live streaming partners, you can catch all the live action on ARY Zap in Pakistan. You can also download their app or visit their website aryzap.com. Oh, that's close. That stayed low. It's given right away. Shadab with another one.
Milan is going to review this, but I know there's a man back in Essex in England who is chuckling away at that dismissal. Nasser Hussain, who was dismissed by many a double bouncer LBW this time.
We have a player review for LBW.
At least somebody else has got one.
On-field decision is out. I have checked front foot is a fair delivery. Front on spin vision, please. Keep rolling nice and slow. Roll back, please. One more time, roll back. Ball very close to the bat. Confirm it from all tries, please. Keep rolling, keep rolling, keep rolling. Flat line, satisfied, no bat involved. Ball tracking when ready, please. Ordinary decision is out. Pitching in line, impact in line, wicket hitting. Go down field umpire. Ali, I recommend you stay with your arena decision. I'll let you know when
well,
on
it
your
doesn't get plumb in that. Stayed low, crashing
your
straight
ski,
into
your
the
signal.
stumps,
Thank
and
you.
David Malan has been done by, well, the oddest delivery of the night. He's played well for his 26, just off the 18. England 128 for 2. Ben Duckett, the man in form. He's had a splendid tour, and once again an Englishman with a staggering strike rate, 157. Just 7 matches into his T20 career.
Yeah, there is the contrast. Ben Duckett, all right, it's a small sample size. He'd only played 1 T20 international prior to this series. But Duckett, who doesn't make England's World Cup squad, with a strike rate of 150, and Pakistan are scrabbling around trying to find middle order players who strike at 130.
How many of us could have bet he would have gone for the sweep right away? He's played that shot really well throughout the innings, throughout the series.
That's dead.
I shouldn't laugh. And it's not even quite as much of a double bouncer as the classic Hussain, but pretty close.
Just going to talk about the depth of English wide ball players. Duckett not even in the travelling reserves to Australia for the World Cup squad. The style of his play suiting these conditions, the kind of surfaces Pakistan has to offer.
Wasim just asked if you're allowed to take people on loan.
All right, halfway done, 10 overs gone. England 129 for 2. as the players will take a break for a drink.
Well, we are halfway through the chase for England. 170 was the target. If you think it's only halfway through, think again, because Phil Salt has been in the most brilliant form tonight. Virtually everything they bowled at him has disappeared and gone the distance. Jos Buttler amongst those standing in absolute admiration. Jos Buttler, of course, yet to play in the series, but loving every moment of this. The figures are extraordinary. 74 not out from just 28 balls. The strike rate up at a massive 264.3. 12 fours, 3 sixes. It has been outstanding. It's been, I think the word earlier was used was blistering.
Yeah, he flayed down at the Pakistani bowlers. He did. Outstanding batting. Thoroughly enjoyed it. And he's the man who's the reason why the required run rate is 4.1.
Very fair point, well made.
It's almost like the England batting had gone on leave for a couple of days and they've arrived back. This is sort of what they're known for, being ultra aggressive and time again smashing the opposition out of the game. Maybe it's just a pitch where the ball's coming on better, but this is what you would have expected when England came to Pakistan, that they'd be really upping the ante. And because life's too short for sensitive teeth, and life's too short to maybe for 20 overs, I also just do it in 13.
This is the technique that Salt has used against Mohamed Nawaz all the time from ball one. Just try and give himself that little bit of space. Aims offside, he's hit it over extra cover, he's hit it over mid-off, he's hit it straight, he's hit it pretty much everywhere. There's not much you can say, to be honest, at this situation. This was the drinks break as Sir Clane was doing his best to rally his troops.
I hope he must have told the Pakistani team there's nothing more you could do. Phil Salt and Alex Hales were brilliant. That was their night. Don't be disappointed, it happens.
To be honest, I would be lost for words as a captain, a coach. You know, 10 overs and the game is virtually done. What can you say apart from hope you sleep well tonight and come back refreshed for the final game on Sunday?
Is that official, David Gower being lost for words?
The meter is still on. Oh, how close is that? Question of where it's hit him, I think, more than anything else, which is probably what has already saved him. We're going to have a look anyway. I mean, look, come on. In the same way as there's no point in talking about it at the drinks break, you might as well have a go.
John, TV umpire to director. We have a player review for LBW. On-field decision is not out. I have checked front foot is a fair delivery. Front on spin vision, please. Keep rolling, keep rolling. Roll back, please. One more time. Roll back, please. Keep rolling nice and slow. Ball very close to the bat. Confirm it from ultra edge, please. Keep rolling. Keep rolling up to the pad. Keep rolling. Keep rolling. Flat line. Flat line. Satisfied. No bat involved. Ball tracking when ready, please. Original is a nut out. Pitching outside off. Impact out off. Go to on-field umpire. Rashid, I stay you with your original decision. I'll let you know when you're so keen. Now you're so keen, make your signal. Thank you.
Yeah, that was always my feeling. It's always going to be just outside the lines. Another good decision. Review denied. Worth having a go under these circumstances. But Duckett remains. That's good diving. Stop. Just enough to take the pace off the ball. Still 2. Asif Ali. 135 for 2. Well, Ben Duckett, who's played an important part in England's good fortunes in this series, as well as making runs on nights where they've come second, can just enjoy himself tonight. Just be a little spectator as the Phil Salt show continues at the other end. Salt will no doubt just carry on in his same very merry way. Another 35 needed. So 135-2 after 11. England well on course. Oh, that's turned. Just checking the signal. See if there is one from the umpires, but it's full. Turn a little bit. But it's the edge that adds the runs. Clobbered straight to Asif Ali at long on again. Well, not quite so tense in terms of the likely result here tonight. Still time for a cup of tea though. Tapal Tea Lounge in full swing as ever.
Amir Bhai knows these conditions like the back of his hand. It is dewy, yes, there has been dew formation that has hampered the bowling and also maybe aided in the stroke play, but do you think is that the only factor, or it's just been too good from England?
Well, that's nicely done. That's his signature stroke. Reverse sweep, over covers for 4 runs. It has been brilliant batting throughout. They came out with positive intent, kept on taking the bowlers, and also played with the inexperience of Pakistani fast bowlers.
Well, it's a very good lesson for them as well. Well, the runs continue to flow. It's almost impossible, it seems, to stem that flow, even for someone like Shadab Khan. There might be inexperience among some of the pace bowlers, certainly at international level, but Shadab knows what he's doing, or should be doing. But those balls that have just been both hit to the boundary, one with the reverse sweep, one with a more orthodox version, have both been well short of a length, well short of the standard that Shadab himself would expect to set. And if there are freebies to be had, then Duckett will take them. Change of angle round the wicket this time, and Fuller. Combination enough just to prevent another boundary. Well, this time having to settle for 2. Shadab disappointed. 148 for 2 it is. Just, I mean, the question was posed just now, is it pitch, is it conditions, is it bowling, is it batting? Usual answer, it's a bit of everything. You forgot to mention the moths. Because the other night, I've come up with a pet theory for England's failure the other night. There were moths everywhere, obscuring the vision. Even at 20 yards, it was like playing in mist because of the moths.
Yeah, I reckon the security done a good job in keeping the moths away.
It's all a load of moths. 148 for 2. 22 from 48, that's all that's left. It's been an outstanding performance by England with the bat tonight. Very, very different to the previous couple of games.
Good boy.
Tell you what, even at long off on the boundary, you'll be thinking this might just hurt the hands. Even if you're, whatever he is, 20 years old, give or take. Ahmed Jamal, 2nd T20 international. How old is he? 26. Well, there you are. I just assumed that everyone made their debut at 20 here.
Not saying anything. Yeah, I was looking to heave the ball over mid-wicket. A lack of bounce.
It's 150 now in just 12.3 overs. He's striking at 12 and over. It's been the Salt Show, it's been the Hail Show. Everybody who's come in has timed the ball so well. Milan, even he played some gorgeous cover drives. It's just been a boundary fest throughout. But what this does is sets that up, that Sunday game up so well. 3-3 going into the decider.
Oh my God. Tickets in demand.
Well, the bails are dismissed. Everyone seems to be staying where they are. This is one of those bemusing moments.
Okay, sir. A review for stumping. TV umpire to director. We have an umpire review the stumping. I have checked front foot is a fair delivery. Front on spin vision, please. Keep rolling. Ball very close to the bat. Confirm it from ultra edge, please. Keep rolling. Flat line. Satisfied, no bat involved. And show me best side angle, please, for stumping. Keep rolling. Better footy grounded. I'm satisfied. Red.
Well, I'll tell you what it was, the decision confirmed, not out. Because there was that extra bounce, Mohamed Harris had to take the ball quite high. And once you're doing that, it's extraordinary how much time it then takes to get the ball down from a height to the stumps, during which time that back foot was sliding nicely behind the crease. So Salt continues. He's blasted that straight. It's a good stop. We need a bigger field.
Well, no wonder Moeen Ali wanted to chase again, because he knows his side is so good. Once they start to fire, the batting is almost genius, and that placement is genius. He's been able to just place the ball into the gap and he's run away to the fence yet again. 13 gone is 155 for 2.
Well, Babar Azam is chewing his nails, and I'm not surprised. Nothing he's come up with tonight, nor his bowlers, has been enough to stem the flow of runs. We've seen some big heaves, we've seen some big shots. This was as well timed as anything we've seen tonight from even Babar himself. It's just no more than almost a gentle flick of the wrists from Ben Duckett. And yet the timing was so good, the placement was just good enough as well. Well, we are getting there very, very quickly, it seems. One of the shortest nights on record over the last couple of weeks. Some of them on the field, some of them off the field. Just 15 needed. 7 overs still available. Really is just about the last rites. Make a note of that. Rare ball without a boundary in this innings, and off the bat of Phil Salt. I suppose one of the good things about an early finish is you can get to the laundry early. And the players can take advantage of the Dolan's Power Wash Challenge. Get those sweaty clothes into that massive machine, the Dolan's machine. Well, guess what? Phil Salt has missed out on one ball, but he's cashed in again on the next. With absolute nonchalance now.
Swatted away. Short of a land, then he's just hit it downtown. You've seen this throughout his innings. He's been so good with that back of a length.
Not once he has stuttered on the cue. Saw the ball, decided where it's going, went for it. Hit plenty of boundaries.
No, optimistic. It's a learning night for Jamal. Might have been the hero of sorts a couple of nights ago, that final over, which kept England below the required much lower target. His first over today went for 20, which of course would have been a match-losing over had it been the previous game in the final over. The trick is at this high level, this top level, each and every day you've got to be at your best or somewhere close to it. Tucked away. No drama here.
Yeah, but it's the kind of day where you want to get off the park as quickly as possible. It's been all England. AFC to donate 50,000 for fall of every wicket, where England have only lost 2. And they batted superbly, so not a lot of donation in this innings. But you just want to get off the park because England have just smashed you all around. And you want it to end soon rather than drag it out.
A little bit of intra-umpire communication, confirmation of the leg bye. So it was just early in the shot, just let it hit the body and picked up the one. Well, that's all on the ground. It's well away from either the fielder within the circle or the man who was way behind square at deep square leg. 166 for 2.
Yeah, once again, placement was very good. Made sure that that ball is going way away from the fielder. Placed at deep square leg. And it did travel too. That pull shot.
Four needed. And this will be the most damning chase. The quickest or the biggest win in terms of balls remaining for anyone chasing the most precise figure of 170 or more. Best previously, Netherlands versus Ireland, 37 balls remaining. This is a different league. So this just serves to emphasise the magnitude of this margin of victory.
Pakistan would have thought they'd done enough with the bat. They were aiming at 160, they got to almost 170, but it's just been this man on screen who's been able to hit everything to the fence, and he's almost made a mockery of the 170. Probably looking at the England side, you'd think that one of these days they will have a great day with the bat, and that was today. In Karachi they had one where they got to over 220, and they have the players who, once they come off, each and every one of those can just carry on getting 10s, getting 11s per over, and that makes them such a quality side in white ball cricket.
Scores, of course, now level. It would be entirely fitting if Phil Salt is to be the man to take England to victory with the winning shot. And it is indeed Phil Salt who sees England home ever so comfortably in match number 6 to square the series at 3 matches all. England incredibly good, almost incredibly good, winning this match by 8 wickets with 5.5 overs to spare, the most dominant of victories, having had 2 close matches where they've come second chasing. They've now changed that sequence into a winning match. They've stopped that sequence, turned it into a winning match, and done it in great style, absolutely great style. And it has been almost entirely, not quite entirely, down to this man Phil Salt, who finishes with 88 not out from just 41 deliveries. It seemed that Pakistan's bowlers had absolutely no answers to his stroke-making powers. And for Moeen Ali, on his way down there to come and shake the hands of the Pakistan team, he said at the start of the game, well, they want to have another go at chasing to try and get it right. And I think it's safe to say that his team have not let him down.
Now, Phil Salt is man of the moment, without any doubt. He reacted to the captain's call in a grand fashion. Scored 88 from just 41 deliveries. Every stroke he played was breathtaking.
I've been treated to a masterclass T20 cricket at its best, batsmanship at its best, and they've made sure that they won this at a canter. They chased down 170, which, going by the scores of Lahore in the previous game, you'd think that maybe it'd be a tricky chase, but they did it inside 15 overs, 14.3 to be precise, and it was stroke making of the highest quality. Pakistan, well, lots to think about as they go back, but it all makes it so interesting, so vital. That 7th game now becomes the series decider.
Well, it certainly could not be any better set up for that 7th and final game, which is here at the same stadium, the Gaddafi Stadium, on Sunday night. A relatively gentle shot through the offside for Phil Salt. The easy run taken, and a job very, very well done indeed. Jos Buttler there, still yet to play in this series, might well not play at all, it seems. But as the official England captain, delighted, I'm sure, with this huge effort here tonight by England's batsmen, especially Phil Salt, and Alex Hales very good at the top of the order. Malan pretty good as well, Duckett finishing it off alongside Salt. Moeen Ali not required. He was the man who got them so close the other day with those big hits in the closing overs. Didn't quite get them over the line, but no such panic, no such disappointment here tonight. 3-all it is in this series between Pakistan and England. So yes, for the last couple of nights, that sign has said congratulations Pakistan. Tonight it's very much England, and the question remains which of these two teams will be celebrating by the end of the game in 2 nights' time. The stats of this England innings: 88 from 41 to Phil Salt, the very dominant part of that 170 for 2. Alex Hales played very nicely indeed for his 27, Malan 26. Duckett just plays the way he plays. 26 for him, not out as well. No one else required. Well, for Pakistan's bowlers, the other night it seemed they had complete control over England. Tonight, none whatsoever. Doesn't matter whether you've been around and can claim international experience, or whether you're playing your first couple of games like Jamal. Everyone went somewhere. The only wicket taker was Shadab with his 2. But there were no answers from Pakistan's bowlers. Nothing Babar Azam, it seems, could do to inspire them either. Field placings didn't seem to matter. Tactics didn't seem to matter. England were just unstoppable. So, match number 6, it's England, winners by 8 wickets. Well, it seemed at the start of this England innings that the challenge was on. A few more runs than they'd had to make in the previous game and come second. But straight away, Phil Salt, familiar with the opening tactics of Mohammad Nawaz, and then the changes of bowling. Straight away, Salt was into his stride, and with him Alex Hales as well, who started his account with a couple of really, really good cricket shots. And the two of them just took the attack. These are excellent cricket shots, excellent timing. You can't have more than 11 fielders on the field at any one stage. And Pakistan looked as though they needed at least 2 more, and men in the deep as well. And once this opening partnership got going like that, well, even the wicket of Alex Hales, it seems, wasn't going to slow things down. Phil Salt in the best form of this tournament, his best form of this tournament, having had a relatively poor return so far in the previous 5 games, just absolutely loving it. Within Malan, just playing in that same fashion that we see from Malan at his best. He's a good timer of the ball, good steerer of the ball. But when you've got someone like Phil Salt at the other end, that's all you need to do. Just play your shots as best you can and leave the big hits. The man in such glorious form. Malan just opting for timing. Timing and placement beautifully combined. Salt looking to be the more aggressive of the two, looking for runs all around the field, even the top edges. That one only just bounced short of the rope for 4. That one kept low. It was the end of Malan, but it just brought Ben Duckett to the stage. And Duckett has been in good fluent form throughout this tournament. That shot there was beautifully timed through mid-wicket, just proving that he can time it as well as anyone on this pitch. Played his part in seeing England home, but of course the hero of the night, none other than Phil Salt. So 7 matches in this series, 6 are now complete, and how perfect that is. What perfect symmetry in many, many ways. 3 matches to both teams. It is winner takes all on Sunday in 2 nights' time. Winner takes the series. So that is it at the end of this game here in Lahore tonight. We'll be back very soon with the presentations.
Lighting fires, she's lighting fires in my heart. Man, खोए हुए सपनों में फंसा from the start like a lighter. मेरी बात अब तू सुन ले, करूँ मैं अब याद वही दिन जब हम गुम थे कैसी थी वो रातें, छुपी छुपी चाहतों की गहरी मुलाकातें, वही दिन जब हम साथ थे, गुजरे कितने दिन यूं ही ऐसे गुनगुना के, बिन रोए गुजरते रहे वो दिन होए नरम से, हाँ तेरे बज़म में रहे ये दिल तो रहता ये खुश है बोल तू किधर किधर है आ तू किधर किधर है आ तू किधर किधर है
1 2 audio check 1 2 sir okay happy 1 2 R2 1 2 audio check feedback है R2 now okay sir
Well, here at the Gaddafi Stadium in Lahore tonight, we've had one of the earliest finishes, if not the earliest, in this series so far. The match figures, just to reiterate, 169 for 6 Pakistan, England in great form. Salt leading the way, 170 for 2, England winners by 8 wickets. So time now for the presentations with Arooj Mumtaz Khan.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the post-match presentation of the 6th T20I of the Bank Alfala presents Dafa News, Pakistan versus England T20I Series 2022. What a scintillating chase in a T20 game. England convincingly chasing this one down, leveling the series, more importantly, 3-3 with 1 to go. Presentation party tonight to my left, Mr. Parvez Shahbaz Khan, Group Head, Bank Alfala, Mr. Umar Ehsan Khan, CEO, Dollins, Mr. Humayun Sajjad, Chief Operating Officer, KFC, Pakistan, Mr. Zahid Anjum, Group Head, Bank Alfala, Mr. Bilal Javed Odi, Category Lead Oral Health, GSK Consumer Healthcare, and Mr. Ghulam Hussain Shahid, Chairman, Kingdom Valley, Mr. Usman Ashraf on behalf of Go Lutlo. Moving on to the awards for tonight, we start off with Mr. Usman Ashraf, who will present the Go Lutlo Best Bowler of the Match cash award of PKR 100,000 to Sam Curran. brilliant with the ball once again, and picking up important wickets at crucial times. Next, we have Mr. Ghulam Hussain Shahid, who will present the Kingdom Valley Master Blast of the Match cash award of PKR 100,000 to Phil Salt. I'm sure we'll see Phil Salt coming back and forth for plenty of awards tonight. Next, Mr. Humayun Sajid will present the KFC Feel Good Performance cash award of PKR 100,000 to Alex Hales. Absolute carnage up top from Hales and Salt from England as they chase this down comfortably. Mr. Umar Ehsan Khan will now present the Dolan's Reliable Batter of the Match cash award of PKR 100,000 to Babar Azam. Our records for the Pakistan skipper tonight. Put up a good show with the bat while Pakistan batted first. Next, Mr. Zahid Anjum will present the Bank Al Falah Best Fielder of the Match cash award of PKR 100,000 to Reece Topley. Moving on, Mr. Bilal Javed will present the Sensodyne Complete Performer of the Match cash award of PKR 100,000, PKR 200,000 correction, to Phil Salt. Fantastic tonight. And for every match, Bank Al Falah is donating 1,000 USD per 6 hit to flood victims. Tonight's tally 12, and that makes it a total donation of $12,000 US. Mr. Parvez Shehbaz Khan will now present the Bank Al Falah Player of the Match trophy and cash award of PKR 100,000 to Phil Salt. Yeah, it's been tremendous tonight from him. Hit the ball to all parks. We'll obviously have a word with him as well. Phil, this way. Me, here. Turn around.
I knew you were somewhere, don't worry.
Phil, has to be one of your best T20 knocks?
Yeah, definitely. You know, it's nice timing to do it when the series is in the balance. So, yeah, very happy with the knock.
I saw an interview of yours where you said this is the way the team backs you, your approach or intent, and you haven't really gotten a big one. And you felt that's something that you will continue to do as the approach towards the game, and it paid off tonight.
Yeah, definitely. It's always a challenge at the top of the order when you feel like you're playing well and you're picking out fielders and you're finding ways to get out. So, you know, I'm very grateful for the backing that I've got from my teammates and the management. You know, it's very clear the way they want me to play.
Well, the depth that England have, not just in the top, but even in the middle order, how does that pan out in terms of healthy competition of who eventually makes the final 11 in the World Cup?
Yeah, you need competition. The best sides in the world have competition. You can't get away from that, and that's the same in any sport. So, you know, everybody's trying to put their best foot forward and show the coaches and staff and the teammates how good they are.
Well, Phil, it was absolutely wonderful. It was a treat to watch tonight. Well done and good luck for the next one.
Thanks very much. Cheers.
Next up, we have Babar Azam, the Pakistan captain. बाबर, one of those days आपने टॉस पे कहा 160, 170. आई थिंक आप खुश थे जब 170 लगा था बोर्ड पे?
डेफिनेटली मेरे ख्याल से क्योंकि जैसा विकेट बिहेव कर रहा था और बैक टू बैक विकटें गिर गई तो मेरे ख्याल से 170 का माइंड था हमारा, लेकिन मेरे ख्याल से 10 रन हम शॉर्ट थे। लेकिन मेरे ख्याल से जिस तरह फिर शॉर्ट ने बैरी किया और मोमेंटम जो पहले 3-4 ओवरों में उन्होंने चेंज किया तो मेरे ख्याल से उनको क्रेडिट देना चाहिए।
अब 170 की आपने बात की, बॉलिंग हमारी पिछले 2 मैच में बड़ी शानदार रही है और आप लोगों ने बिलो पार स्कोर्स डिफेंड भी किया। जब एक बेहतर स्कोर लगा था, आप क्या आपको लगता है बॉलिंग में मुख्तलिफ कर सकते थे?
देखें हमारा जो प्लान था हमने एग्जीक्यूट किया, लेकिन मेरे ख्याल से क्रेडिट देना चाहिए इंग्लैंड के बैट्समैन को जो उन्होंने बाउंस बैक किया और जिस तरह उन्होंने फर्स्ट 6 ओवर यूटिलाइज़ किए क्योंकि ड्यू है और बॉल थोड़ा सा वेट हो रहा है और उसमें थोड़ा ग्रिप करना मुश्किल है, लेकिन जो उन्होंने पहले 6 ओवर यूटिलाइज़ किए हैं मेरे ख्याल से वो टर्न अराउंड था।
टर्न अराउंड की बात करते हैं पाकिस्तान की बैटिंग की। आज फिर एक बैटिंग कोलैप्स देखा। आप वाहिद बैट्समैन वहाँ थे जो लग रहा था कि कुछ पेस विकेट की आप समझ पा रहे थे। क्या ऐसा हम कर सकते हैं आने वाले दिनों में वर्ल्ड कप अब बहुत करीब एक सीरीज़ है, क्या मुख्तलिफ चीज़ें ट्राई कर सकते हैं?
देखिए मेरे ख्याल से एज अ मिडल ऑर्डर हमें स्टेप अप करना चाहिए, क्योंकि हर बारी हम यही करते हैं कि हमें थोड़ा सा रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी लेनी पड़ेगी। और मेरे ख्याल से एज अ टीम आप कोशिश करते हैं कि पार्टनरशिप बिल्ड करते हैं, क्योंकि बैक टू बैक विकेटें जब गिरती हैं तो हमेशा प्रेशर आता है, और कोशिश करेंगे कि इसको फिल करें और नेक्स्ट मैचेस में रिपीट ना हो।
Thank you, Babar, and good luck for the next one. Babar obviously talking about the fact that he thought that was a good score, could have got about 10 or 15 more on the board. He was impressed with how England made use of the power play, which was the turning point according to him. Talking about middle order woes again, they need to take responsibility is what he said, and he hopes for better in the future. Next up, Moeen Ali, the winning skipper tonight. Moeen, you constantly spoke about that you're a better team than what you displayed with the bat in the last two games. Happy tonight?
Yeah, very happy. I thought the way we batted in particular was outstanding. Obviously, almost killed the game off straight away, and it just shows if you stick to the process and you don't have to slug. There were proper shots, and it was a great start with the bat. But I thought actually the seamers were outstanding today.
170 on the board. When you've got the firepower that you have, and for Salt and Hales to come off the way they did, must have been surely very happy.
Yeah, and the difference is obviously if you don't lose wickets early on, you can keep going. But I thought tonight was really impressive because when they were playing the shots, like I said, there was no slugging. It was good base, good shots, offside, leg side, and that was a really impressive performance tonight from everybody.
Good place to be. 3-3, all to play for in the final one. What are we expecting then?
Yeah, another good game. Hopefully, obviously, it's great for the series. It's 3-all. I think it's been a brilliant series so far. We feel like we've learned a lot about each other as a group of players, and yeah, we're looking for an exciting game. Hopefully, the last one.
One final thing: all of Pakistan's waiting to find out if Joss will be able to play. How's he feeling?
He's feeling good. He's been obviously training and stuff a bit more now, but whether or not we risk just for the sake of one game a player like him who's so important. And there's still a lot of games to be played in Australia, so I doubt we'll risk it, but you never know. He might turn up tomorrow and say, well, actually, I fancy playing.
Fantastic, Moeen. Excellent performance tonight. Good luck for the last one. And that's all we have from the presentation party tonight.
Well, no surprises as to the man of the match tonight. It means that we have the 7th and final match still to come in 2 nights' time. So 7:20 local time here in Lahore. For the start of that winner-takes-all fixture between Pakistan and England here at the Gaddafi Stadium in Lahore.
Zalim, aankhon se tum bolti ho, sunta hi reh jaun nazaron se, har pal ko pal se jodti ho, is pal ko apnaun to aaj in lamhon mein bhool jao us rehne de, hum saath saath hai. Oh, dikh gayi tum abhi to, pretty soon I gotta let you go. Haath mein haath lo, oh.
it's taken a Phil Salt special for England to get their chasing mojo back, and they were able to do it in an emphatic fashion. Of course, we saw the spectacular batting that we've seen from them. Baseball, we've heard a lot about that in Test cricket. That's what we've seen today in T20s as well. They were relentless, picked the bowlers, and in the end, it was a comprehensive victory. Remember, the series is now leveled and we'll be heading into the final. It will be the decider on Sunday. Welcome to Naya Nazmabad Pitch Side Show. A huge congratulations to England. They were absolutely magnificent today. Pakistan, on the other hand, a few questions which remain to be answered. But to answer a few questions, I've obviously got the batting coach Mohammad Yusuf here with me, alongside Wasim Akram as well. Waz, Pakistan, क्या कहेंगे? Runs कम थे या bowling उतनी अच्छी नहीं हुई आज के मैच?
I think England outplayed us in every aspect of the game. Batting ले ले, bowling ले ले, fielding ले ले, attitude ले ले, and intent ले ले. ठीक है, अब सीरीज तो बराबर हो गई है. We done well as far as Pakistan team concerned. 3 जीते हैं, 3 हारे हैं. It's just मुझे सिर्फ एक चीज समझनी है as an ex cricketer कि जिस तरीके से इंग्लैंड हम आज खेला है पहले 6 ओवर, fearless cricket. अगर उसमें पिछले मैच में 3 आउट हो गए थे वो 6 में जब पाकिस्तान मैच जीता, उनसे 140 चेज नहीं हुआ. मगर अगर यही हमारी टीम होती पिछले मैच की परफॉर्मेंस के बाद, वो आज और कॉशियस होते. मगर इंग्लैंड वाज द ऑपोजिट. उन्होंने कहा गेम हमने अपनी वही खेलनी है, और विद इन 2 ओवर्स, 1 ओवर में पहले में 11 हुआ, दूसरे में 22 हुआ, गेम वाज ओवर देन, एंड दे नेवर स्टॉप. वो चाहते, देखो यही प्रॉब्लम है, यही हमारी टीम होती तो हम ये मैच लेके जाते 19वें ओवर तक, पार्टनरशिप भी लग जाती कुछ भी, फिर हम स्लो हो जाते हैं. बट वो स्लो नहीं हुए, वो मारते गए हैं, मारते गए हैं, मारते गए हैं. इससे, इस विन से क्या होता है, किसी भी ऐसी जीत से होता है कि जो अपोजिशन होती है वो डिमोरलाइज हो जाती है, और उसको पाकिस्तान को डिमोरलाइज किया इंग्लैंड ने, मारा कम और घसीटा ज़्यादा.
जो आप बात कह रहे हैं वो सामने है हमारे, क्योंकि 82 रन्स बनाए हैं इंग्लैंड ने आज अपने पावर प्ले में. पाकिस्तान ऑन द अदर हैंड 48 उनके बने 2 विकेटों के नुकसान पे. यूसुफ भाई, आपसे जो मेरा सवाल है वो ऑब्वियसली एक ओवरऑल पर्सपेक्टिव से मैं पूछूंगी कि आगे वर्ल्ड कप आ रहा है, टीम जो बन रही है, जो कॉम्बिनेशंस ट्राई हो रही हैं, इवेंचुअली तो ओवरऑल एक 11 के लिए ही बन रही है ना, कि आगे जाके कौन खेलेगा. तो अभी हमारे पास ओपनर्स के अलावा मिडिल ऑर्डर का जवाब है इन टर्म्स ऑफ आर वी श्योर ऑफ एग्जैक्टली 3 पे कौन खेलेगा, 4 पे कौन खेलेगा, या अभी तक सोच रहे हैं?
बिस्मिल्लाहिर्रहमानिर्रहीम. टफ क्वेश्चन है, लेकिन ये है कि कॉम्बिनेशन बनाने के लिए ये सीरीज़ हमारे लिए एक अच्छी चीज़ थी, और इसमें हम कोशिश भी कर रहे हैं. जैसे आज हारिस को खिलाया है, आमिर जमाल खेला है, शान मसूद को लाए हैं टीम में, और हैदर अली है. लेकिन जैसे आप कह रही हैं कि नंबर वाइज, उसमें अभी हम कोशिश कर रहे हैं कि किसका क्या नंबर आए. लेकिन 3 तक तो शान मसूद है. आगे बाज़ का जैसी सिचुएशन होती है, बाजू का लेफ़्ट एंड राइट हैंड का कॉम्बिनेशन बन जाता है. तो इस तरह ट्राई कर रहे हैं, और उम्मीद है कि वर्ल्ड कप से पहले हम एक अच्छा कॉम्बिनेशन बना लेंगे. कोशिश कर रहे हैं, लड़के भी इस पर मेहनत कर रहे हैं, और सारी मैनेजमेंट मिल के रोज़ाना इस पे बात होती है कि हम क्या अपना बेस्ट जो कॉम्बिनेशन है वो वर्ल्ड कप में लेके जाएं. और उसमें ये अच्छी एक प्रिपरेशन है हमारी. ये सीरीज़ भी आगे न्यूजीलैंड भी है, और मेरा ख्याल है न्यूजीलैंड तक हमें ये कुछ डिसाइड कर लेना चाहिए.
आई होप सो. नहीं तो विल बी टू लेट.
तब नहीं तो कब?
नहीं, मेरा जो क्वेश्चन है यूसुफ आपसे वो ये है कि जैसे हमने देखा, आज मैं बात कर रहा था कि जो मोस्ट डेंजरस प्लेयर इस सीरीज में मुझे कौन सा लगा, दोनों साइडों से. मैंने एक नाम लिया, वो लिया बेन डकट. क्योंकि वो बॉलर को, चाहे फास्ट बॉलर हो, स्पेशली स्पिनर को, वो सेट होने देता ही नहीं है. कभी इधर स्वीप, कभी लैप स्वीप, कभी इधर, फिर कट भी मारता है. सो मेरा क्वेश्चन ये है कि हमारे बैट्समैन, जब अगर मैं पाकिस्तान के खिलाफ खेलूँ या हम किसी टीम में हूँ, तो मुझे पता है कि मेरा प्लान होगा, इन्होंने ये शॉट मारनी है, ये शॉट मारनी है. प्रॉपर इफ्तिखार को छोड़ोगे तो वो मिड विकेट मारेगा, थोड़ा आगे करोगे तो वो सीधी मारेगा, फास्ट बॉलर को वो इधर को मारेगा. सो वो हमारी शॉटों में वो वर्सटाइल नहीं है, मतलब वो कोई कोशिश भी नहीं करता.
चारों तरफ आप कह रहे हैं
360 तो चलो इज टू मच टू आस्क, बट 180 कर लें.
बिल्कुल ठीक.
तो ये प्रैक्टिस करते हो आप लोग? अगर करते हो तो फिर ये क्यों नहीं करते ये एम्प्लॉय?
देखिए, जब से मैं आया हूँ, मैं कोशिश कर रहा हूँ और मैं सकलैन भाई से मेरी बात हर रोज़ ये इस पे होती है कि बैटिंग में हमने ये कोशिश करनी है कि हम ये चारों तरफ खेलें, क्योंकि जब आप चारों तरफ खेलते हैं तो बॉलर्स के पास ऑप्शन नहीं होती। जब आप जैसे अभी आपने कहा कि आप मुझे पता है कि इन्होंने यहाँ खेलना है या यहाँ, तो वहाँ पर बॉलर्स के लिए ऑप्शन बहुत हो जाती हैं। वो आपको रिस्ट्रिक्ट कर सकते हैं, वो आपको तंग कर सकते हैं, आपको कंफर्ट जोन में वो बॉल नहीं देंगे तो मुश्किल होगी। और नेट्स में हमने प्लान किया और स्पिनर्स पे मैं कोशिश करता हूँ कि मैं जब बैट्समैन खेल रहे हो मैं पीछे भी चला जाता हूँ, साइड पे भी खड़ा होता हूँ और मैं साथ साथ बताता रहता हूँ जब स्पिनर बॉलिंग कर रहे होते हैं कि इस बॉल को रिवर्स मारें, इसको सीधा स्वीप मारें थोड़ा सा, क्योंकि जैसे हम लोग जब खेलते थे तो हमारे एक प्लेयर थे तो वो उन्हें पहले ही पता होता है कि अब ये बॉल कहाँ आएगी, तो उन्होंने पहले ही प्लान किया मैं इसको एक्स्ट्रा कवर मारूंगा, यहाँ करेगा तो मैं यहाँ मारूंगा। तो ये बात मेरी नेट में अक्सर मैं इनसे करता रहता हूँ कि भाई हमने रिवर्स स्वीप भी मारनी है, सीधी स्वीप भी मारनी है, थोड़ा ऑप्शन से बाहर दे तो एक्स्ट्रा कवर मार दें, सेफ है। अगर आप मिस हिट भी होती है तो 2 मिल जाएंगे, आप अंदर भी रहेंगे, या आपको अंदर थोड़ा सा मिलता है तो बिल्कुल स्ट्रेट मारें। तो ये बातें चल रही हैं और वो कोशिश भी करते हैं नेट पे। अगर आप देखें कि मुझे नहीं पता कि खुशदिल पहले मारता था कि नहीं, अगर आप देखें रिसेंट उसने एक वनडे में वेस्ट इंडीज़ के खिलाफ वहाँ भी रिवर्स स्वीप भी मारी है, उल्टी स्वीप भी मारी है। अभी देखें मोइन अली का एक्स्ट्रा कवर पे उसने छक्का भी लगाया था, पर एक रिवर्स स्वीप पे भी मारा था। तो काम चल रहा है। अब मेरा ख्याल है कि ये चीज़ें हो सकता नहीं हो इनके लिए, मुझे नहीं पता पहले कोई करा रहा था नहीं करा रहा था, लेकिन मैं पूरी कोशिश कर रहा हूँ और ये बात मेरी मैनेजमेंट से चलती रहती है। इवन सेलेक्टर से भी ये बात होती है, वसीम हमारे साथ खेला भी हुआ, आपके अंडर भी बहुत खेले, हम सब आपके अंडर खेले हुए हैं, तो ये बात हमारी चलती रहती है हम कि हमने ये चीज़ें करनी है।
अच्छा, आई अंडरस्टैंड कि ये सब चीज़ें आप करा रहे होंगे एज अ बैटिंग कोच, एज अ कोच सकलैन विल बी डूइंग हिज जॉब, बट अब इन प्लेयर्स को ये फ्रीडम स्लैश कॉन्फिडेंस किसने देना है कि भाई अगर वो शॉट खेलते रिवर्स स्लैप मारते अब आउट भी हो गए तो प्रॉब्लम नहीं है, वो ट्राई नहीं करेंगे जब मैचेस में, तो आप नेट पे जितनी मर्जी ट्राई कर लें, जब तक आप मैच में 3-4 दफ़ा चौके नहीं लगेंगे, आउट नहीं होंगे, वो कॉन्फिडेंस नहीं आएगा वो शॉट मारने का।
बिल्कुल आप ठीक कह रहे हैं। मैं जब इनसे ये मैं बात कर रहा होता हूँ, मैं कहता हूँ पहली स्टेज ये है कि हम नेट्स पे इसकी प्रैक्टिस करें। दूसरा ये है कि कभी हमें कोई प्रैक्टिस मैच मिलता है वो तब मिलना नहीं है, तो हम उसमें ट्राई करके
2 मिलने हैं ब्रिस्बेन में, मेरा नहीं ख्याल हुआ रिवर्स स्लैप लगेंगी,
लेकिन और कुछ चीज़ें करनी होंगी ना। तो आपको एविडेंस जब मिलता है, आपको कॉन्फिडेंस आता है, फिर मैच में भी मारते हैं। तो हमारी तरफ से मेरा नहीं ख्याल मैनेजमेंट से या कैप्टन की तरफ से या कोच हेड कोच की तरफ या हमारी तरफ से कोई ऐसी चीज़ है कि आपको कोई चीज़ ऐसी है तो आउट हो जाएंगे तो सख्ती हो, ऐसी कोई चीज़ नहीं। क्योंकि अगर आपका इंटेंट जो है वो पाकिस्तान की जीत के लिए है तो आप आउट भी हो जाए तो कोई मसला नहीं। हमारा एक लड़का वनडे खेला था वेस्ट इंडीज़ के ख़िलाफ़, यही जो आज खेला है, तो इसने जाते ही पहली बॉल पे स्वीप मारी है, तो मैंने उसको शाबाश दी, हालांकि 4 रन पे आउट हो गया था। इंटेंट जो थी उसकी, स्कोर आजकल जो क्रिकेट है उसमें इंटेंट आपकी बहुत ज़रूरी है कि आपकी इंटेंट जो बाउंड्री की हो, और अगर मुश्किल बॉल आ जाए तो उसको सिंगल ले लें। ये आजकल की क्रिकेट है, ये आपकी डिमांड कर रही है ये क्रिकेट जो आप जिसको कह रहे हैं कि मॉडर्न क्रिकेट है, तो उसमें ये चीज़ें डिमांड की जा रही है।
लेकिन उसको फुली कैपिटलाइज करने के लिए जैसे इन्होंने बात की, एक जो हमने चीज़ देखी है कि लेग साइड डोमिनेंट बहुत बैटिंग हो रही है, मिड विकेट के ऊपर, कईयों के वो स्ट्रॉन्ग एरियाज हैं, कई प्लेयर्स उधर ही मारना पसंद करते हैं, बट वी सॉ टुडे विद इंग्लैंड, ऑब्वियसली सीखता भी है और टीम्स को भी देख के सीखता है कि किस तरह से वो फुल यूटिलाइज करे थे। ये बताएं कि ऑब्वियसली एरियाज ऑफ इम्प्रूवमेंट तो हमने बात कर ली है, पॉजिटिव्स भी हैं पाकिस्तान के सीरीज में, बहुत अच्छी अच्छी परफॉर्मेंसेस बॉलर्स की हुई हैं। हारिस रऊफ को फाइनली ब्रेक मिल गई है, आज वो काफ़ी लगातार बॉलिंग कर रहे थे, बट ओवरऑल एज अ बैटिंग कोच क्या कहेंगे, आपके लिए कौन सी चीज़ें हैं जिसमें आपने इस सीरीज़ में देखी है कि हाँ इस चीज़ पे हमने इम्प्रूव किया है और इस चीज़ पे और मज़ीद इम्प्रूव करना?
नहीं, इम्प्रूवमेंट तो है। अगर आप देखें कि एशिया कप में भी अगर आप देखें तो मिडल ऑर्डर ने 2-3 मैचेस जितवाए हैं, जैसे नवाज़ ने मैच जितवाया इंडिया के ख़िलाफ़, मैन ऑफ द मैच हुआ, शदाब ने अफ़गानिस्तान के ख़िलाफ़ जिताया, तो इम्प्रूवमेंट है मिडल में। ओपनर्स आपके नंबर 1 नंबर 2 हैं, वो ऑलरेडी रन्स कर रहे हैं, ज़बरदस्त क्रिकेट खेल रहे हैं। बाकी ये जो चीज़ें हैं जो आप अभी बात वसीम भाई ने भी की है, हम लोग मुसलसल ये बात करें, देखिए वसीम भाई दुनिया के मेरे ख्याल ऐसे बॉलर नहीं आए और हमने इनके अंडर क्रिकेट खेली है, बहुत चीज़ें सीखी हम सब ने। मेरे ख्याल जो भी स्पोर्टिंग स्टाफ में है, जैसे वसीम है, हम सब ने इनके अंडर खेली है, तो ये चीज़ें ये भी देख रहे हैं, हम भी इनके साथ खेले, लेगेसी मिली हुई है हमें कि कौन सी क्रिकेट है। जैसे हमारे साथ जो प्लेयर बैट्समैन खेले थे, सईद अनवर, इंजमामुल हक, सलीम मलिक साहब, एजाज भाई, ये सारे हम उनके साथ खेले हैं, तो ये सारे चारों तरफ खेलते थे, तो हमें ये चीज़ें उनसे देखी हुई हैं, उनसे लर्न करके हमने भी उधर कोशिश की है। हम भी जब नए आए तो हम ऐसे नहीं थे, साथ रह के उनको देख के सीख के इनसे पूछें, कभी सईद भाई से पूछें, इन लोगों इस तरह हमने सीखी, और वो चीज़ें हम कोशिश कर रहे हैं इन तक ट्रांसफ़र करें, और वो भी पूरी कोशिश कर रहे हैं, ये नहीं कि वो कोशिश नहीं कर रहे, वो भी नेट्स में जैसे मैं कह रहा होता हूँ वैसे खेलने की कोशिश करते हैं, लेकिन हो टाइम लगता है, थोड़ा सा टाइम लगेगा, अब इतना टाइम है नहीं, वसीम भाई ने मैं तो देखा है तो
अच्छा, आखिरी सवाल, जाते जाते आपको ज़्यादा रोकेंगे नहीं, बिकॉज मुझे पता है कि आपको बुलाया जा रहा है वहाँ पे। हैदर अली IPSL में बहुत अच्छा परफॉर्म किया, यू एज अ कोच व्हेन यू लुक एट हिम, व्हाट डू यू सी कि क्या कॉन्फिडेंस की कमी है, स्किल है, क्या एरिया है, या
बिफोर ये आंसर करें मैं उसका आंसर
जी,
करता हूँ। अगर मैं यूसुफ की जगह होता, मैं उसको बुलाता, मैं उसके कंधे पकड़ता और उसको एंजन करता है, अकल तर
आज बीमार है, आज नहीं कर सकते
हैं,
वो बीमार इन्फेक्शन है।
Okay, that's fine. Infection is not the excuse. It's 2020, man. It's not 7-day test match. But my point is not today. Okay, I can understand today.
नहीं, आप बताएं, हमें फ़ायदा होगा। मैंने अभी उधर भी एक बात मैंने जियो पे भी कहा है कि हमारे जितने सीनियर प्लेयर बड़े बैठे हुए हैं, हमें फ़ायदा होगा, वो हमें चीज़ें कुछ बताएं, हो सकता है हमें नज़र नहीं आ रही,
छोटी सी गलती, छोटी सी चीज़ें हैं।
जी जी,
वो चीज़ ये है कि अब for instance एक मेन बॉलर आया।
Sorry, I'll have to cut you short because
you have to show sponsors.
No, because
come on guys,
because the lights have gone off.
they can see us.
The lights have gone off, so I'll have to cut this conversation short. But thank you so much for your thoughts and yours as well. And I'm sure that जो भी areas of improvement है पाकिस्तान उनसे सीखेगा ज़रूर. We'll take a short breather and we'll be back just in a bit. back to Naya Nazmabad pitchside show, and what a performance by England. They were clinical, they were flawless in all aspects today, and more importantly, now we're heading into Sunday, all excited because it's the series decider. Now I've got with me a new set of guests. David Kaur and Aruj Mumtaz have joined me. David, you're always smiling. I always start with that.
You keep saying that,
but
keep trying.
I keep trying. I know I keep trying. But today you have more than one reason, apart from the fact that you're just a very pleasant personality. The fact that England were flawless. I mean, we saw the spectators here were quite bitterly disappointed. But yeah, it was a flawless performance.
Well, it's my fault, I'm afraid. I'd like to confess it's my fault, because at the start of the England innings, I mentioned the fact that Salt, Hales, Milan had been a little bit below par with the bat, averaging below their career averages, getting out quickly. Was there a problem with the England top order, the same as the Pakistan middle order? Well, England have solved their top order problem. Just in the space of one night, Phil Salt was outstanding. He is a risk taker. And when it comes off, as it did tonight, it is just brilliant to watch. Likewise, Alex Hales, he will play his shots, but he started with two of the most glorious cricket shots you'll see in any form of the game. Milan did his bit, Duckett just enjoyed himself, mopping up the little bits that were needed at the end. It was a very, very good performance.
It was a very good performance by England, not so by the Pakistan bowlers. Aruj pretty much lost it in the first 6 overs, when they made 82, I think, in 6 overs. They kind of got that advantage, which we keep on talking about, dominating that power play.
I think it's been said enough, and everybody knows it. It is the most important phase of the game on both sides, and it is the time where you take the most advantage. England, by far, I think, from all top sides, have the best batting depth from all the way top till the bottom. Things didn't go according to the way in the last couple of days, lost wickets, probably played a few careless shots. But I think tonight was entirely different. They took the attack on, they played really good cricketing shots. And they were flawless, like you mentioned, 82 in the power play. They finished the game with 4-5 overs to go. Brilliant. And I think that's what the template they are. Moeen Ali mentioned it at the toss as well, that it's an approach that they back their players to do so. So even that Salt was missing on runs, he came good tonight.
Well, Phil Salt, talking about Phil Salt, is definitely in need of a lot of runs in this tournament. Really hadn't come through the way we've seen him generally. But today, he was in his mojo, absolute mojo. That's why he's also our star of the day.
Star of the day, brought to you by Naya Nazmabad.
It was just clean striking by Phil Salt. We've seen him do it time and again. He wasn't really his best in this series so far, but today he really cleared the gaps, used his feet really well, gave himself room, and really dominated both sides of the wicket. So, fantastic performance by him.
Star of the day, brought to you by Naya Nazmabad.
David, with Phil Salt, this is what he can do. We've seen that enough. But the fact that he's stuck to his game, despite the fact that he hasn't been able to deliver in the last few, that shows the kind of confidence he has from the management.
Yeah, I think this goes back to Owen Morgan and the previous management, where Owen Morgan and the team management over the last 5 or 6 years have given all these players basically space to be themselves and ignore the failures, ignore the bad times, just say, play the way you can at your best, and when it works, we will take advantage. That's what's happened here. It takes a certain individual strength of character to fight your way through the poor times. And when you have a day, I tell you, when you have a day like this, you'll put it in the memory bank, savor it, enjoy it, make the most of it. And of course, what he'd love to do is repeat the dose when he comes back here on Sunday. If he can do the same again on Sunday, then England are very likely to take the series. But for now, it's all about what he did tonight, which is just lovely to watch. It's super to watch.
Yeah, he is absolutely super to watch, which is why we've got him in all our packages today. He's the Master Blaster of today.
Master Blaster, brought to you by Naya Nazmabad.
Well, I mean, there's literally no part of the ground that was left by the end, making room for himself, really powering through that offside. And what a performance, his career best in T20s against Pakistan.
Master Blaster, brought to you by Naya Nazmabad.
It's just the confidence that he has, Aruj. I mean, you know, we keep on talking about confidence and backing your players. They've got this natural ability. All the baseball talk in Test cricket is now being sort of, we've seen England do that time and again, and today we saw it from their openers, which is the natural expectation from an England side.
I think it's fair to say that Salt absolutely peppered Pakistan's bowlers all around the park, right? And there's a fine line between slogging and hitting. And I think it was hitting is what, it's not close your eyes, get your foot out of the way and swing the bat. They know where to hit the ball. They've got their areas covered. And the good thing is that they play in almost 360 off the field. So I think it's the evolution of T20 cricketers. The summer didn't go well for England, but they've come out now. They've finally got their combination sorted. And it almost puts the cat amongst the pigeons, right? You don't know who's going to end up opening for England. They're spoiled for choice and in a good way. You don't know whether it's going to be Hale or Butler up top, and Malan bats at 3. Where do you fit Salt in? I think Brook has made a fantastic case for himself at 5, maybe. So I think it's brilliant.
It's called an embarrassment of riches. That's what we call it when you're spoiled for so much choice. But I think Alex Hales pretty much has, well, would like to say has cemented his place at the top, because he's been one of the most consistent performers for, you know, in T20s this year. Generally, we've seen now he's got that opportunity and he's making the most of it alongside Phil Salt. They had a beautiful partnership at the top, which really set the tone of the match. Let's have a look at the turning point of the day.
Turning point brought to you by Nayan Azmabad.
Well, 55 from 23 balls. You know, you look at the strike rates of all the England openers, and this is what he likes. You know, he dominates the offside, anything, and there's literally no margin for error when you look at Alex Hales. Clears the off-field as well, goes over extra cover. He's just got all the shots in the book, and he's got the power behind those hands as well.
Turning point brought to you by Nayan Azmabad.
He's making a comeback in this team, but you know, all the sort of turmoil that has happened in the background with everything that's happened. But it seems like he started pretty much from where he left.
A little bit. I think you mentioned the right word, the right phrase, the embarrassment of riches, because you look at the potential at that top order, no one is safe. I mean, Phil Salt would have put down a real marker today to say, look, pick me, pick me. But when Jos Buttler is fit again and comes back into the side, he will want to be at the top of the order. So someone somewhere out of that top 3 has to make way. It's not a great choice to have to make, or not a nice choice to have to make as a captain and as management. But it's great to have the competition for places, which Phil Salt himself mentioned after the game to Arouge. You know, that competition drives people forward.
Yep.
And for Hales, you know, it's lovely for him to have come out of his exile from international banning into this team which is going so well, which has such a good environment. To have got his half-century in the first game was a great comeback. A couple of low scores. Today, he might still be a little bit disappointed that he didn't go on, because when you're trying to make a claim for that place, you know, 20s and 30s are okay, you know, in any form of the game, and in this winning sort of context, fine. But you want to be making 50s and 60s and more.
Yeah, but you know, his strike rate is one of the things that's been most impressive about his batting. We'll be talking more about that as we, you know, go through towards the next T20 as well, which is going to be the final decider. But talking of England, like I said, it was a clinical performance, and they took all their catches as well. Let's have a look at safe hands for today.
Safe hands brought to you by Nayan Azmabad.
Well, this is one of the things in the World Cup that is going to be the difference. If you're able to take your catches and if you're able to take them cleanly, these running catches are never easy in the deep, especially with all the dew around. You've got to give credit to England for the fact that they've held onto their catches very quickly and very cleanly.
Safe hands brought to you by Nayan Azmabad.
Arouge, from a Pakistan perspective, at least one positive was Babar Azam's innings. I mean, it's always the positive for Pakistan because he's just such a consistent performer. But today he seemed like he was in even better rhythm, just the kind of shots that he played.
I think Milan showed it as well, that there is a point, Brook does it as well. Babar is more of a touch player. He times the ball, and I think he got a good measure of the speed of the surface tonight very quickly. And he just gave himself that little bit of more time, and it was more timing than muscling the ball away. And I think that's why he was so effective. Well, quickly ran out of partners, which is pretty much the case while Pakistan trying to set a score. But good for him, because he obviously had an up and down, well, down Asia Cup, up and down series here. Fantastic turn in the second game. And it was, what was good to see that towards the end, he played a flurry of shots, which gave that flurry of about 15-20 runs that Pakistan much needed at the...
I mean, we had Mohammad Yusuf just before you, and he was talking about the middle order woes, which we've all been talking about, but just about how they sort of need to play on both sides of the wicket and how they're practicing. I mean, is that a concern for Pakistan? We've seen how dominant they are. When you look at somebody like England and the kind of striking that we see from them, the confidence generally. So is that an area of improvement from a Pakistan perspective? When you look at them, when you look at this team heading into the World Cup, what's the big question mark here?
See, I think that's the only concern that Pakistan team has left to sort of decipher or come up with a thing. There's a huge difference, because when the openers come out in a T20 game, it's a set template. You always come out from the point zero and you know what you have to do. The middle order, what Pakistan is struggling is, well, they need to adapt when wickets fall, and they need to up the ante when Babar or Rizwan play late into the game. And I think they're struggling to do a bit of both. I just don't see the evolution that comes in a T20 game. They're stuck to their ways a little bit, going for the shots predominantly square to mid-on, basically, and not opening up the offside field of play, not using the crease too much as well. So I think just they can do it. Mind you, they can do it. You've seen the same players repeat performances. Just something when they bat first goes wrong.
Something when they bat first is wrong, but they can't afford to have that, because they've got another T20 international. Remember, the series is 6-all. You couldn't ask for a better decider on Sunday. You know, you look at the series, England versus Pakistan. We always knew that it's going to be a good one, but you know, this is just the perfect sort of setup for the final, the grand finale, as I like to call it. It'll be on the 2nd of October at 6:50 local time. Well, thank you so much for your thoughts once again. It was a fantastic evening here at Gaddafi Stadium, Lahore. Obviously, things didn't go to plan for Pakistan and all the spectators that came to watch this game. But there's plenty to look forward to, as we'll be seeing you on Sunday for the grand finale.
Zalim, aankhon se tum bolti ho, sunta hi reh jaun nazaron se, har pal ko pal se jodti ho, is pal ko apnaun to aaj thehre na lamhon mein bhool jao us rehne de, hum saath saath hain. Oh, dikh gayi tum abhi to, pretty soon I gotta let you go. Haath mein haath lo, oh.
यही लोग मुझे करेंगे.
Shad bhai, R1 is ready. Presenter IAB. Twilight join. जी शायद भाई मैंने IAB लगा दी है बॉस. आपकी आवाज़ आ रही है?
किसकी?
डायरेक्टर की.
यार,
निकाला.
ये कोई टाइम है शूट करने के लिए, मतलब कि पहले क्यों नहीं कराया या कल करा ले? Yeah, I can hear you.
हाँ बात करो. ठीक है सर.
Hiya. Huh. He's saying the covers look messy. Do you want me here? He's saying, how about this side? Like, not. Where's this? Yeah, there it is.
अगर तो बीच में बाय चांस बैकबीट या फंबल हो जाए तो कर लेंगे आप.
What is? Where is this? There it is. Am I supposed to face this way? The 17-year wait was worth it. What a series we had. After some thrilling last over finishes, brilliant batting and bowling displays, we are now moments away from the start of the decider. ये पकड़ो जरा मैं रिवाइज करूं. थक गया है बंदा, मेरी एनर्जी खत्म हो गई, अपने बैठ के रट्टे लगाऊं. इधर खड़े हो, मैं देखूं उसको. The 17-year wait was worth it. What a series we had. After some thrilling last over finishes, brilliant batting and bowling displays, we are now moments away from the start of the decider. The setting is perfect before a full house in Lahore for this winner takes it all contest. Yeah, you guys have to stand. वो पीछे चले जाओ, उसको पकड़ लो. मुझे हाँ हाँ
आप रिवाइज कर ले, हम चले जाएंगे पीछे. एक दफा और रिवाइज कर ले, हम चले जाएंगे पीछे.
दो.
ये पकड़े.
The 17-year wait was worth it. The 17-year wait was worth it. What a series we had. After some thrilling last over finishes, brilliant batting and bowling displays, we are now moments away from the decider. The setting is perfect before a full house in Lahore for this winner takes it all contest. No, he's not going to be in the shot. He's just, because they've literally just handed this over to me. So I need to, yeah, like I don't even know my lines. Literally just got this.
Remember the context.
The 17-year wait, was worth it. What a series we had. The 17-year wait was worth it. What a series we had. After some thrilling last over finishes, brilliant batting and bowling displays, we are now, yeah? Okay. The setting is perfect before a full house in Lahore for this winner. The 17-year wait was well worth it. What a series we've had. Lots of... After some thrilling last-over finishes, brilliant batting and bowling displays, we are now moments away from the start of the decider. The setting is perfect. In front of a full house, the winner takes it all. ठीक है. So freaking tired. One second, just trying to get my thoughts aligned. The 17-year wait was well worth it. After some brilliant games that we've seen, and after some, we're now in front of a full house. But ठीक है, let's go for it. Let's go for it. And then, am I walking? Am I staying? The 17-year-long wait was well worth it. After some last-over thrilling finishes, some magnificent batting displays and spectacular bowling displays, we're now here, set up, all for the decider. No, I don't like the flow. We've got to do it again. Sorry, we'll have to do it again. Yeah, you guys should have sent this to me before so that I would have just, like, I've literally just got it as I was walking off. The 17-year-long wait was well worth it. Some last-over thrilling finishes, beautiful, magnificent batting displays and bowling displays. We're now finally here for the decider. It's set up nicely, it's full house, the winner takes it all. Okay. The 17-year-long wait was well worth it. After some thrilling finishes in Karachi and Lahore, magnificent bowling and batting displays, we're finally here for the decider. It's set up nicely here in Lahore, Gaddafi Stadium. It's quite a buzz, and the winner takes it all. Is it fine? I think I could have done one more take, but it's okay if you guys... Okay, just forget.
Center.
Hello and welcome to highlights of match number 6 of Bank Alphala presents DAFA News, Pakistan versus England T20I Series 2022, played at the Gaddafi Stadium in Lahore. So once again, a very good looking pitch, flat and dry and grassless. So toss won by Moeen Ali, who yet again decided England's best option was to chase for the third game in a row, hoping for a different result this time. So the teams, a couple of changes in both teams for Pakistan. Mohammed Harris coming in to both keep wicket and open the innings. Rizwan missing out through injury. Dahani also coming back into the team in place of Haris Rauf. For England, they brought in Topley and Gleeson. So changes again in the pace attack and otherwise unchanged. So it was all about what happened next. Let's get to the action.
So Reece Topley to get things underway. Not quite in the way that he would have liked. A little bit of swing, but it's always going to be down the leg side. Well, that has gone straight down the ground and a long way straight down the ground. I take it all back. That's the way to play.
And he kept the shape as well. He just slightly longer with the shape because of the ball just skipping on. And then he gets off the mark with the maximum.
And then 2 practice games that are beautiful shot. Oh, there's a fielder there, didn't middle it. Oh, straight to Adil Rashid. Gleeson got the breakthrough for England.
And this is what happens. All very well to have ambition in this game of cricket, in this form of cricket, but he got too close to him. Gleeson's done well. Aimed it at the body, so not enough room to control the shot. Adil Rashid ain't going to drop them. And England are struck. So an interesting innings, shall we say that way, from Mohammad Harris. That one he can think about at leisure now. He's gone for 7, 14 for 1. Oh, that's pretty straight. That is very, very straight. Shan Masood just put his front leg across in front of the stumps.
Oriented is in out. Pitching got shot off. Impacted line. Wicket hitting. Go on field umpire. Rashid, I stay with you arena this year. I'll let you know when you're so clean.
Well, that's the first real instance of pure timing we've seen tonight. And inevitably it comes from Babar Azam.
Finally, the middle of that broad bat that Babar Azam has. Maybe just slightly too full from Willie, but that's a beautiful shot. Precision with the placement and lovely timing as per.
Oh, that's found a way through. Very useful boundary. And it is this man, Babar Azam, who has found his touch now in the 4th over, continuing into the 5th over.
That's hit very nicely. Beautiful shot right in the middle of the 2 fielders. This will really make Heather feel pretty good.
Just like that. I think that. Halim Dar, we might have to get a sub on.
It was hit hard. It didn't really give him much time to react. Whoa, whoa, whoa.
It's too short. Not quick enough to bowl that length on this deck, Sam Curran, and that's being punished. Down the track. Oh, that has been belted. It wasn't pretty. He didn't get to the pitch of it. Adil Rashid might have thought he was in business there for a second.
Hit the length of the ball, although it was not really close to the ball, but went with the shot. He didn't really stop or thought about it, and that's the way to go.
Short and pulled away. It's in the air. Duckett takes the catch. It is that short ball. It was attempted to be fetched from outside the line of off stump. Haider could not keep it down, was not in control.
On a sluggish pitch where the ball is getting stuck in the pitch, to have that deep mid-wicket when a batsman is looking to fetch the ball from off stump. And being rewarded for this thinking and this strategy. Heather Ali has been removed. He scored 18 and it's 62 for 3.
Now that's been helped into a gap. So each and every boundary under these circumstances feels worth.
That's big. Goes all the way Iftikhar into the action. First ball from Adil Rashid to him, and he's deposited over the fence.
He picked the bowler up. First Heather Ali and then Iftikhar. It was a huge hit. It's again slot sweep against the spin into the night. Another 6.
It was tossed up there. It was there to be hit. It's got the front leg out and it's given a mighty heave. Big hit from his.
Yeah, beautifully struck. And I would suggest it's part of the value of spending time with the crease because he's now set.
And that single, with that, Babar Azam brings up his 27th T20I 50, 4th against England, and 2nd score of 50 plus in this series. Aerial route once again. There is a fielder. Pump comfortable catch in the end. Harry Brook takes one at long leg. Iftikhar has to go. He didn't quite get a hold of it. Rolled his fingers over the ball, and Harry Brook, safe fielder, big hands, comfortably pouched that. Iftikhar goes for a well-made 31. Pakistan now 110 for 4.
Oh, it's in the air, it is up, it is over, long on, and that is a magnificent strike, and it brings up a magnificent milestone for Babar Azam. He is now the joint fastest man in the history of T20 internationals to make 3,000 runs. And he joins, guess who? Virat Kohli. 81 matches. 81 innings, sorry. And that's a pretty special way to get there. Full toss again. Oh, he has nailed that. Absolutely nailed it. That's not easy. It really is not easy to find the fence over extra cover from that full toss, but Babar has made it look like child's play.
That's a seriously good magic from Babar Azam.
Short ball again, and he's picked out the man. It's the towering figure of Reece Topley out there on the point boundary. And that's the end of Asif.
I think he wanted to play a little bit more finer. The ball came very, very slow. Then he had to sort of make a pace out of it and hit it straight to the man at that backward point.
Oh, he's got enough of it. That's gone all the way. Another one puts it down in the crowd. Wringing the hands once more. A shake of the head from Topley. Been banged out of the ground. The sound off the bat told you straight away it was disappearing. There's a big old surface here, big area outside of the playing area.
19 so far, last ball to come.
It should be out, should be taken. It is very nonchalantly by Harry Brook down there at long off, but not before the damage had been done to Topley's figures and to the total that England are going to have to chase if they are to stay in this series. 169 for 6.
Well, compared to two nights previously, a better total placed by Pakistan, 169 for 6, and most of that down to the captain Babar Azam. Outstanding. 87 not out. He finished on at the end of the 20 overs. A good performance too from Iftikhar Ahmed, 31 from him. But an improvement all round, 169 for 6. And for England, well, that's changing the bowling attack. The figures look like this in the end. Topley 1 for 31, Willie 2 for 32, Gleeson 1 for 39, Curran a couple, 2 for 26, and Adil Rashid the only man to go wicketless, indeed for the third time in a row in T20Is. So that left England chasing 170.
Oh, just got past the outstretched hand. So yes, it is a boundary. It is 4 from the first ball. Dragged away through that gap wider mid-on. That's a very, very nicely judged shot. Dahani is the bowler. It's a great shot. That is a lovely shot. Simple length ball just outside off stump. Absolutely standard first delivery. And an above standard response. That's going to go over the rope, over the fence, run away to the edge of the field for the first 6 of the innings. Dehani straying in line and length and suitably punished. Oh, that's both timed and placed. That's all you need. Find that gap like that. 2 classic shots now from Alex Hales. Whoa, let's look at that fly. Look at it fly, soaring over extra cover.
Oh, Alex Hales at his belligerent best. Oh, powered it, muscled it over extra cover. Not an easy stroke to execute. But how good was Alex Hales on that occasion? Brilliant.
That's more runs. 1 bounce 4. Thumping shot down the ground, just clearing mid-off. Clearing him comfortably enough. That's going to be more runs. Quicker attempt at the short ball this time. Slightly awkward position from Alex Hales, but he was still able to get enough on it to help it over the man at short fine leg. That's again hit with just awesome power. 50 comes up in exactly 3 overs. 50 without loss now. That's gone straight up. This is going to be a simple chance, and a chance that is taken by Dehani. Much needed wicket, much needed breakthrough for Pakistan.
Is Pakistan's premier bowler, Shadab Khan. When a captain turns to Shadab in power play, it means the bowling side needs a wicket. And Alex Hales has obliged the Pakistani captain and the bowler. 27 was the contribution from Alex Hales. It's 55 for 1.
Or maybe just straight down the ground. 6 runs. This is outstanding cricket from Phil Salt. I think the message is coming through too. There was a sort of flick of the finger there from Nawaz at the end of that, suggesting that, yes, we need to change the field. But Phil Salt is making a mockery of this. That's also straight down the ground. It's not gone for 6, but it's gone for 4. This is brilliant from Phil Salt. It's England's best power play in T20s against Pakistan. It's 74 for 1 after 5.
Edged and runs away for 4.
Unbelievable start from England. Look at this, 78 for 1.
Nicely tucked away. And fielder hasn't got a hand to that. That will also race away to the fence. Back-to-back boundaries for Milan.
I spoke with both David Milan.
49 of 18, Phil Salt. And that shot brings up his 50 of 19 deliveries. What an innings from Phil Salt this. England is cruising.
A standing ovation from some. Crowd goes up as well. Brings up the 3rd fastest for T20 50 for England. Salt. The strike rate is what's impressive. 263. Has been put away.
What's going on?
Couple of bounces into the fence again.
Please explain, elaborate. Birch?
Well, Aruj was just talking about the sort of the classical players. Baba for 1. And then you've got the butchery, if you'll excuse me. Bit of salt beef.
But another shot, another pull, another boundary. What an over for England. 20 from the over, 7 gone, 100 up as well. 102 for 1 England. So he's the best of the lot so far. Shadab for Pakistan. Another sweet
shot from David Milan against the spin. Pure timing, elegance at its best.
One bounce into the fence.
Slow ball again, and this probably will race away to the boundary as well.
Yeah, it's just clubbed away, isn't it? Dahani trying to get the ball in the block hole.
Top edge, and the boundaries keep flowing here at the Gaddafi Stadium in Lahore. One bounce. Oh, that's close. That stayed low. It's given right away. Shadab with another one.
Milan is going to review this, but I know there's a man back in Essex in England who is chuckling away at that dismissal. Nasser Hussain.
Pitching in line, impact in line, wicket hitting.
Stayed low, crashing straight into the stumps, and David Milan has been done by, well, the oddest delivery of the night. He's played well for his 26, just off the 18. England 128 for 2.
Well, that's nicely done. That's his signature stroke. Reverse sweep, overcovers for 4 runs.
Well, the runs continue to flow. It's almost impossible, it seems, to stem that flow, even for someone like Shadab Khan.
It's almost genius, and that placement is genius. He's been able to just place the ball into the gap, and he's run away to the fence yet again. 13 gone is 155 for 2.
Well, guess what? Phil Salt has missed out on one ball, but he's cashed in again on the next. Well, that's all on the ground. It's well away from either the fielder within the circle or the man who was way behind square at deep square leg. 166 for 2. And it is indeed Phil Salt who sees England home ever so comfortably in match number 6 to square the series. 3 matches all. England incredibly good, almost incredibly good, winning this match by 8 wickets. Well, if Pakistan thought they might have a competitive total on the board when they started, and when England started the chase, it all looked very, very different, almost from the first ball, when Phil Salt showed everyone in the world, everyone in Lahore, that he was intent on winning this game quickly. A brilliant knock of 88, not out from just 41 deliveries, broke the back of the task in very, very quick time. Everyone else played their part. Hales with 27, Malan with 26, Duckett 26, not out at the end of it. But England had a lot of time to spare. 5.5 overs as they reached the victory target of 170 for 2. It seemed there was very little that Pakistan's bowlers could do right from that first ball, as I say. And it was number 43, Dahani, number 33, punished in his opening over. Wasim Jr., number 29. Shadab, the only wicket taker, 2 for 34. And the man who made a spectacular debut just 2 nights ago, finding that life can indeed be different, number 30 from his 2 overs. So a stunning victory for England. Pakistan, just to reiterate, 169 for 6 in their 20 overs. Babar Azam's innings outstanding. But Phil Salt for England, yet more outstanding. Very much his night. He led the way to 172 and England to an 8-wicket win. So those are the highlights of match number 6. One more game to come. Thank you very much for watching.